Chapter 36. Mark. Mark wants to say it again. Fuck off. Again and again and again, actually, because he wishes this man would just fuck off out of the world. He wishes he'd never been in it. What is Dan Jansen doing calling him? Surely that's breaking some parole stipulation. At a very basic level, it is off-kilter, callous. Mark wants nothing to do with a brutal murderer. The man who has killed his wife, destroyed his life, ruined his boys' lives. But he bites his tongue. He finds he's more curious than he is furious, or even scared. He answered his phone in a hurry, assuming it would be Fiona or one of the boys with an update as to when he should expect them home. He's called all three of their mobiles this morning and sent texts, but he's heard nothing from them. It's only 10 o'clock, though. It's very possible they are all still asleep. Teen boys can sleep as though it's an Olympic sport. Hearing Dan Jansen's voice when he was hoping for Ollie's or Seb's is especially jarring, disturbing. He is talking to a killer. He wonders whether it is possible that Jansen is going to reveal where Lee's body is. He's read about murderers doing just that. He has found himself drawn to such stories on the internet. Ones about abductions, murders, missing persons, missing bodies. It's obviously not healthy. What obsession is? Of course, his immersion in such dark vileness also means that he has read about murderers doing the exact opposite instead. Some famously go to their own grave without revealing where their victims' remains might be found. The final power kick over the grieving family, over the police, and even the general public. So far, Dan Jansen has insisted he is pleading not guilty. Mark wonders whether he is going to change his plea, but even so, it is unconventional of Jansen to call him directly to tell him as much. What does he want? I did not kill Kylie Gillingham. The cool, confident, foreign voice irritates Mark. It makes him feel less. Everything about Jansen makes Mark feel less. No shit, Sherlock. Dan Jansen is the literal embodiment of the fact that his wife didn't think he was enough. Mark thinks it is interesting that Jansen uses that particular name. He doesn't claim her as his Kai. He doesn't admit she is Mark's Lee. Is he trying to neutralize her? Maybe it's nothing more than the fact that Kylie Gillingham is the name the police use. As Jansen is under arrest and in constant touch with the police and lawyers, he has probably heard her referred to that way officially, so is simply used to the impartial, original name. Where are your boys? Jansen demands. Again, Mark wants to respond, fuck off. It's basic of him. Pathetic. He knows that, but he's so damned furious. Furious with the world in general, but Jansen in particular. He hates him with every fibre of his being. He's blistering from the inside with how many unjust things have happened to him. He really means that. He imagines he feels ulcers, lacerations, welts inside his body. The pain is so intense. None of your fucking business, he says. I think maybe it is. They are not at home, are they? Jansen asserts. Mark wonders how he knows this. He looks about him. For one crazy moment, he wonders if there is a nanny cam trained upon him, if Jansen is spying on him. Perhaps even his privacy isn't his. Then Jansen explains how he has this inside knowledge. I gave them money to run away. You did what? Mark's voice lifts and cracks. It's undignified, embarrassing, but he doesn't care. Outrage is creating fissures. No, not that exactly, but to get to safety. What are you talking about?
You've been in touch with my sons?
Yes. Dan efficiently describes his interaction with Ollie and Seb. He doesn't sound regretful, embarrassed, or apologetic. He sounds like a man who feels he is entitled to reach out to two traumatized and grieving boys for his own convenience. Mark is stunned at how easily he infiltrated their lives, won their trust, and then gave them the funds to go on an ill-advised goose chase, apparently to somehow prove Jansen's innocence. What the hell? He feels the man's determination and selfishness. He feels his own despair and passivity.
I should call the police. Say you've been tampering with witnesses, juvenile witnesses at that.
Mark splutters.
I realize you could do that. At least what you accuse me of is true.
Mark wonders how he keeps it up. How does he manage to remember to profess his innocence at all times? Jansen continues.
I am aware that I'm taking a risk calling you. I could just be making things worse for myself. Look, I hope I'm wrong. I hope Ollie and Seb are safely at home with you right now. Are they?
Mark doesn't want to answer this question. He owes Jansen nothing at all, not even a response. Besides, his sons are okay. Last night he called the police and told them that the boys were fine, good, really great. Jansen sighs. He sounds stressed, urgency creeping into his voice.
I am not the threat here. I told you I did not kill Kylie Gillingham. And I'm just supposed to take your word for it, am I? Fiona killed her.
Jansen's accusation is flat and assured. It's all the more chilling for its lack of hysteria. He continues,
Fiona killed her, and then set me up. Where is she now? Is she with your sons?
Mark wonders if Jansen is insane and believes what he is spouting, or sane and just devilish.
Well, yes, she is, but...
He wants to explain that Fiona has been a marvel. She's kept them all going. She cooks, cleans, shops, fucks. He talks to her, gets drunk with her. He trusts her. But Jansen cuts him off.
I believe your boys are in serious danger. Really. I'm trying to help you.
Mark hears the words, but can't make sense of them. Why would Jansen be trying to help him? Jansen is the murderer.
Bullshit! He splutters. Ollie and Seb went to her holiday home on the coast. The place where she left my possessions to be found by the police. I have never been there. I told the police that. She told them the opposite. It is the place I think she murdered Kylie. Ollie and I were messaging. He said he had found evidence that looks bad for her. Why should I believe you? Mark asks. Because it's too dangerous not to.
Jansen snaps. Mark doesn't know what to say to that. Jansen seems to lose patience completely.
Forget it. If you won't call the police, I will call them myself. I think they would believe anything you say more easily and therefore act quicker. With me, they will think I am trying to save myself, but I will call them anyway. I don't care if this backfires on me and they charge me for speaking to witnesses. This is too big. It is too much of a risk to do nothing.
Mark still doesn't know how to respond. This can't be true. Jansen adds,
You are a prick who can't see what's in front of you because you are so wrapped up in your anger and because you are getting to screw someone new.
All at once, Mark realizes that Jansen's fury, fear, and confusion is immense. It matches his own. Jansen has exposed himself as someone who is not in control, not as together as the endless dark suits and crisp shirts might imply, and he has also exposed himself as someone who cares. He is right. Mark does not want to believe this latest twist in the bleak tale of his family life, but he must consider the possibility. He starts to think quickly, run through the facts, weigh them up. Fiona did not say where she and the boys were when she messaged to say she had found them. Was she at the skate park? The place she'd mentioned originally? Or is Janssen right? Did she find them at her bungalow? If so, why didn't she reveal as much? Considering the time she messaged, it is possible that she had travelled as far as Dorset to look for them. He didn't speak to the boys himself. Was that odd? Or was it perfectly normal considering the late hour? Probably they were shattered and in bed when she texted. He doesn't know. Shame sloshes into his consciousness as he recognizes that he should have asked to talk to them. He was so relieved that they'd turned up and that she was dealing with it. He hasn't got it in him to always be dealing with everything. Fiona suggested he call off the police search, though, which of course he duly did. Mark thought that the worst thing that could possibly happen to him already had. Twice. He had lost 2 wives. But now he considers that there is a possibility of something more dreadful. Dan Janssen is right. He has taken his eye off the ball. He has slumped into the easiest option, that of Fiona taking the reins. Is it possible that option is not convenient, but dangerous? Toxic? He let her move in and take over because he didn't have the energy or the courage to parent on his own. They are with Fiona. She messaged to tell me. He confesses. I don't know where they are exactly. She killed Kylie, and the boys are with her in her holiday home in Lyme Regis. Dan reasserts. No, that's ridiculous. Fiona loved Lee. You are screwing her, right? If she loved her best friend so much, how come she is sleeping with her husband just 3 months after her death? A little quick off the mark, don't you think? Mark doesn't say that, in fact, there wasn't even a grieving period as respectable as 3 months. They started having sex almost immediately. He was so angry and confused. What was her reasoning? He's never thought about it. Fiona had motivation to kill Kylie. She was jealous. Probably she was in love with you, or me, or both of us. There is precedent for that particular model, adds Janssen wryly. Mark can't see how Janssen finds it in him to make cool wisecracks at a time like this. He must just say that sort of thing as second nature. He probably never has to think about coming up with something funny or witty or quick. Those thoughts clearly just tumble freely into his mind, off his tongue. Mark wonders if that was what attracted Lee to him. Did he make her laugh? Did he challenge her intellectually? It was bad enough thinking the attraction was that he was rich and handsome. He realizes now that none of this matters. Lee is dead and gone. He has to snap out of his despair and sharpen up. For his boys. Still, he is struggling to process it. He can't accept more pain. He wants to deny it. But even if you are right and she did kill Lee, she would never hurt the boys. She's known them for years. And I've watched her with them these past months. She cooks for them, cleans their rooms. She's done all of Seb's homeschooling with him. She's so patient. Yes, that was when she wanted to be their mother, and thought there was a chance of that. What if they've discovered something that proves her guilt? What if she knows that they have that evidence and now they are a threat to her? Then they are in danger, admits Mark. Cold dread settles in him. His blood slows, freezes. Time slackens. His life shrinks. He feels trapped. His world is hanging by a thread. Everyone's is. Chapter 37. Fiona. It's getting very bad. Fiona sees that matters are out of her control. Other people are doing things, thinking things, finding things. That bastard, Dan Jansen, is repeatedly messaging Ollie, asking what he's found, if he is okay. He was never so persistent in trying to reach her, she thinks bitterly. She wonders, should she respond to Dan as Ollie to get him to go away? She drafts a response. Just messing with you. Found nothing, because there's nothing to find. You did it, you fucker. She wonders, does that seem like the sort of response Ollie might send? She isn't sure. Maybe she needs to be a little less careful with the grammar and spelling. Just messing with you. Found nothing. Nothing to find. You did it, you fucker. She's unsure. She's frazzled. Wired. She needs to sleep, but it's out of the question. She can't even sit still, but instead paces up and down. She can't make a decision. Even if she sends this message, and it stops Dan pestering Ollie, will that be enough? That will only solve the problem of Dan. Ollie knows something? What? She considers running. Just giving up on the whole thing and getting out of here. But could she leave everything behind her? Her homes, her car, her business? She could, she supposes, if she had to. But she doesn't want to leave Mark and all that he offers, the possibility of a family life. Over these past few months, they've had something really special going on. She feels it, believes it. She's never had anything like it before, and she isn't ready to give it up. Why should she? Doesn't she deserve a bit of happiness? Finally? After everything she's done to earn it? Yes, she does. Besides, running would make her look guilty. And though obviously she is technically guilty, no one has actually accused her yet, and so she would be escalating the situation by running. No, running is not an option. But then Noor is going to prison. The only solution is to find out what the evidence is that Ollie has uncovered and see if it does incriminate her. It's perfectly possible that she can convince him it's not evidence at all. She simply has to stick to her story. There is so much evidence pointing to Dan's guilt. It's always the husband. No one should be looking her way. She doesn't want to scare Ollie or Seb, of course not. She loves them both. But she has to put herself first in this instance. She isn't being selfish. This is more a matter of self-care. Her Instagram feed is always full of affirmations on the subject. Put your own life jacket on first, before helping others. Remember, you deserve the care you gift others. You are the hero in your own story. She has a sticker on her makeup mirror that reads, "I am working on fully loving and accepting myself." She really is. She needs to take deep lungfuls of oxygen. It is in everyone's interests for her to get away with this, because then she can be a mother to the boys, help them deal with their grief, etc. She'll be no use to anyone in prison. Ollie can be stubborn, though, she knows that. And he is physically intimidating, as he is taller than she is. She wonders how she might control him, at least until he hears her point of view, accepts reason. Seb is still a boy. He has to be lighter than Kylie, and she managed to manhandle Kylie when necessary. He is the key to controlling Ollie. She sneaks into the boys' room. They are still sleeping. They no doubt had a long and busy day yesterday, and they would probably sleep all day if she let them. She would like to, but she has to get on. She puts her hand over Seb's mouth. His eyes immediately open. In an instant, he jerks from deep unconsciousness to a panicked presence. It's a pity. He's been through a lot, but that is not her fault. She is just cleaning up Kylie's mess, really. She whispers,
I have information about your mum that I can only tell you if you trust me. Do you understand?
Her mouth is very close to his ear. She can smell his hair, salty and sweaty. He obviously didn't shower last night. He really does need a mother. His big, brown eyes are the same color as melted chocolate in a pan, glistening, rich. He blinks and then nods. She knew he wouldn't be able to resist that. It is all he longs for, news about his bloody wayward stepmother. It infuriates her. Kylie was so undeserving. She whispers,
You have to stay absolutely silent. Agreed.
He nods again. She smiles at him and takes her hand away from his mouth. He doesn't shout out to wake Ollie. Instead, he smiles at her. A broad, hopeful grin.
Come with me. Don't make a sound,
she whispers. Silently, they sneak out of the room, down the corridor, and into the kitchen. Only once they are there does he ask in an excited whisper,
What do you know? I have to take you somewhere,
she says. Seb looks thrilled.
Have some breakfast first. We'll drive.
She watches as he eats the pain au chocolat and drinks the milk. Both are laced with liquid MDMA, left over from when she held Kylie captive. She'd brought it with her because it was always better to be prepared. He really is well behaved. Even when she is locking the door behind them, he doesn't say another word. Momentarily, she wonders whether she needed to drug him at all. Maybe she could have just asked him to do her a favor and climb into the boot of her car, but in the long run, it's better for him if he doesn't remember anything.
You can sit in the front,
she says. He grins and scrambles into the car as quickly as he can, puts on his seatbelt without her having to ask. Slowly, she edges the car into gear and sets off along the narrow road. They've only been driving for a couple of minutes before Seb starts to look lethargic. He repeatedly blinks his eyes and shakes his head, no doubt trying to ward off dizziness, numbness in the arms and legs, drowsiness that he probably thinks is down to tiredness after a late night.
Are you taking me to see my mum?
He mumbles. He's smiling.
I knew she wasn't dead. I said she wasn't. I said I saw her.
What do you mean? Fiona asks sharply. But before he can answer, he loses his ability to speak. There is a fraction of a second when he looks scared. Well, terrified, really. Probably at the moment when his heartbeat speeded up and he realized that he couldn't speak even if he wanted to. At that moment, he might have wondered whether he could trust Fiona. But then, almost straight away, he falls unconscious, and Fiona reminds herself that he won't remember any of this after it's all over. It's better now he's given in to sleep and closed his eyes. The way he was staring at her was disconcerting. The way his head lolls forward over the seatbelt at a peculiar angle looks a bit grotesque too. She wonders whether she has possibly given him too big a dose. She needed it to work quickly. She didn't have the luxury of time the way she had when she drugged Kylie. She wasn't sure whether increasing the dose would mean it would take effect faster or make the effects more severe or equally severe but more enduring. She didn't have time to look it up on the internet. She's working a little on the hoof here. Whatever, she can't worry about that now. She has to tie him up and then bundle him into the boot of the car. She uses her scarf to gag him. She hopes he doesn't dribble on it. It's not designer, but it is rather lovely. She'd rather it didn't get ruined. Once he is safely stowed, she turns the car around and drives back to the bungalow to wait for Ollie to wake up. The two of them need to have a really good heart-to-heart. Chapter 38. Kylie.
I am lying on the sticky kitchen floor.
Kenneth Jones carefully props my feet on a pile of books so that the blood flows back to my brain, and then dabs a cold, wet tea towel to my forehead. I accept his care, as I have done since we met. Frankly, I'm not conscious enough to reject it. Still in a shocked fugue state, I can barely speak. But when he suggests fresh air, I see the opportunity to be out of the house, out of his grasp. So I nod my agreement. He helps me up, and I limp outside. I'm leaning most of my weight on him, but physically hale, he doesn't seem to mind. I drift in and out of full consciousness, aware of a cool breeze, the bright sun, then shade again. When he lets go of me, I slump to the ground. I come around for the second time in a small, dank, outside loo. I'm sitting on the cement floor, and the stench of pee turns my stomach. My feet are tied together and attached to the bowl of the toilet, and my hands are tied to a beam above my head. "You can't be serious!" I scream my frustration. Kenneth is standing at the open door. He looks embarrassed but determined. "You'd run away otherwise. I don't have a choice." His eyes dart about. I wonder how I ever thought they were kind eyes. Now all I see is the instability they betray. I look carefully to see if I can identify its roots. It's important, I know. I see pain, anger, maybe embarrassment. "Did you drug me?" I demand. "The tablets I took every day, what were they?" "Mostly vitamins." "Mostly?" "Okay, I have been medicating you for a while. It really is for your own good." Jesus. I'm obviously dealing with an out-and-out madman. "I've brought you some reading material. You'll understand what I'm trying to do if you read these first." He drops a pile of newspapers on the floor, and then carefully spreads them out around me and across my legs so I can read them even whilst bound. He slams the door behind him. I quickly gather that these are newspapers that fill in the gaps from the days when he returned home and said he hadn't bothered to buy one. I realize now that he was censoring what I read. I also recall him turning off the radio in a hurry. I suspect that, too, was so I wouldn't hear what was being reported. Because it appears that I am infamous. My eyes skim across the papers and quickly land on photographs of me. The story of my bigamy is big news. Huge. A public starved of anything other than death tolls from COVID has clearly enjoyed hoovering up the lurid details of my private life. I read all the articles carefully, a spectator of my own life. I'm watching the understudy perform. My memories are correct. I am a bigamist. I split my life between 2 husbands for years. I had 2 identities, 2 names, 2 different sets of friends and family. The 2 men I recalled were not past lovers. I am, married to both. I am a criminal. I broke the law, and I broke hearts. What the hell is wrong with me? Now that my reality is finally pulled into tight focus, and the fuzziness of these past months has been shed like a skin, I am left with a sharp, cruel, frightening reality. I thought not remembering who I was presented a challenge. Now I realize that my challenge is actually understanding who I was. It's horrifying. And yet, irrationally, I'm awed at the drama of it. I read about a life that is unimaginable, but at the same time feels entirely real. More real than the memories Kenneth tried to foist upon me, the photo albums, the stories of school friends and jolly, jilted fiancés. I guess I only thought I recalled Giles Hughes when I bumped into him because I'd seen so many photos of him and I was looking to make the connection. My real life is torrid, complicated. The reporters gleefully slouch into the scandal, roll in it, pigs in muck. I'm horrified yet perversely fascinated by my own daring. A woman who broke all the rules. Part of me wants to sink back into bleached, fuzzy unreality, but I can't. I can only move forwards. The case depicted by the press is made all the more scandalous and salacious because my second husband is not only slightly younger than I am. Side note, I am 43, not 37 like Stacey Jones, which is another uncomfortable surprise but feels truer. He is also from an extremely wealthy, influential Dutch family who appear to be friends with the likes of Richard Branson, several minor royals, and the billionaire Heineken family. There's nothing journalists like more than pinning scandal on the wealthy, watching them fall from grace. I married him 4 years ago in Chelsea Register Office. He works in the city, earning a salary that seems unimaginably large, and we live in a penthouse in an exclusive apartment block. I recall it now in detail. Expensive art hangs on the walls. It is sparsely furnished, impeccably clean. I remember the magnificence of wealth, the occasional uncomfortable otherness of it. We've lived a life of privilege and indulgence, avoiding public attention until I disappeared. Now Dan Jansen is under arrest for my abduction and murder. He is awaiting trial. As I read this, I automatically try to stand up, but I fall back down, banging my knees on the filthy porcelain toilet, while yanking at my tethered arms just jars my shoulder awkwardly. His arrest is unfair. Wrong. Firstly, I am not dead. There is no murder. But apart from that, while I recall being held captive, yes, as the papers report, in the very building we lived in, I do not believe Dan was responsible. I remember being chained, hungry, gagged, beaten. I don't believe it was the man I bathed with, the man who massaged my feet, playfully threw Tiffany boxes my way when he'd earned a bonus at work. A man who told me repeatedly that I was beautiful and brilliant. Someone I ate fresh crab and lobster with at Martha's Vineyard after the boat we'd chartered had docked because, yes, he could afford to hire a crew so that we only ever played at being sailors, but didn't have the responsibility of navigating. He could also play tennis and golf. He even fenced when he was younger. A regular James Bond. The memories are glorious and glamorous. Dan is that man. I married Mark Fletcher 12 years ago. He is a landscape gardener and a widower. The papers have not tried and condemned him as a murderer, as they have Dan, but nor have they been kind to him either. They paint him as a clueless cuckold, a gullible idiot who, they hint, couldn't satiate me sexually, and so I betrayed him in the most remarkable and complete way possible. It isn't true. I recall now that Mark and I had a great sex life. He always satisfied me that way. The papers imply that he is depressed, emotionally unstable, a loser. There is an early article or two hinting at the fact that his first wife died under mysterious circumstances. Clearly, at one point, the whiff of suspicion did blow his way. My heart aches for him. My gentle, dependable Mark. the man I remember creating a warm, cozy, chaotic home with. The soft furnishings were shades of grey and beige, the various tables a light rustic oak, and always lost under the clutter of family life. Magazines, newspapers, books, and ironing piles. There were cheap but fun prints on the walls, and in the kitchen, a cork notice board heaving under the weight of pizza delivery flyers and money-off coupons. With Mark, I painted walls until my arms ached, and we once laughed that no one ever behaved like they did in adverts when they were decorating. No one wasted time or resources adorably painting cute messages on the walls or spotting paint onto each other's cheeks. Then one day, he did write words on the wall. He wrote, "Will you marry me?" He forgot the question mark. It didn't matter. I said yes by the time he'd got to the second R. The memories are wonderful and comfortable. I recall both homes clearly. Both men clearly. Both the men I loved have suffered so much because of my actions, and a deep sense of shame and regret burns inside me. But that is not the worst of it. My boys. I have 2 stepsons, Ollie and Seb. Mark's boys by his first wife. The memory of the graveside, and me trying to offer comfort and support to 2 little boys, was real, not a false recollection, as I convinced myself. They are much older now than they were in that image. Ollie is a young man now. I brought them up. I was their mother for years. This feels right and honest at the innermost part of my core. It's fascinating how my brain is revealing things to me. Yesterday, I started to recall the layout of a seaside town, and that was all I had. Today, it has all come tumbling back to me. My parents and childhood, my men and marriages, and now, my boys. I guess they were buried most deeply in my subconscious, because they are the ones I most regret hurting. Children ought to be protected. I believe that completely and ferociously. They have a better chance in life if they are cosseted and cared for at the beginning. It gives them a chance to establish who they are, what they want. Something that I was deprived of but longed to deliver. I've failed. I find I am wiping away tears. The air is rough and visceral. I want to throw up. I want to scream or run. My mind is spinning out of control as I remember everything and see how ridiculous it is. The life I lived was impossible. I was selfish and crazy, trying to run 2 parallel lives, but I was trying to avoid the boys having to face the trauma of me leaving. Now I see that I have hurt them in an immeasurable way. Children get over their parents splitting up, divorcing. If things are handled carefully, the pain can be minimized. People can recover. But this, my disappearance, what they believe to be my violent murder, the exposure in the newspapers, their father being gossiped about, the lurid details of my sex life, how do they get over this? I remember my fingers combing through dark curls, comfortably tangled. My heart breaks. I think I actually hear it crack and disintegrate. And it's not over yet. Not for them or me. They are still alone, no doubt confused, angry at my betrayal. I have to get out. I have to find them and fix what I can. However, Whilst a lot of my past is coming back to me with a blinding clarity, there are still a number of unanswered questions. Why did Kenneth Jones take me prisoner? Did he abduct me in London? Is it because I look like his daughter? Where is the real Stacey? How did I get from that room in the London apartment to here, the Jurassic Coast? And why do I remember Lyme Regis so clearly? Some things must still be too traumatic for me to deal with. My brain is protecting me, allowing me to remember only what I can cope with. But now that so much of my memory has come back to me, I'm sure the rest will follow. Anyway, all these questions are about the past. And though my past is important, it dawns on me that the most crucial thing right now is the future. So the biggest question of all is, how do I get out of here? Because know this, I am getting out. I am having a future. I will return to my boys. Chapter 39. Ollie. He wakes up and instinctually reaches for his phone to check the time. When he was a little kid, he slept with a blanket from his cot. He did so until he was about 7, then Lee finally weaned him off it. She used to joke that the phone had taken the place of Blanky, that clasping it gave him confidence. But it wasn't an especially mean joke. She delivered it in a way that was sort of indulgent, as though she thought it was cute to recall his early years. He can see that now, although he used to growl or roll his eyes when she said it. He feels around the bed for the phone, but it's gone. He flicks his eyes to Seb's bed. He's also gone. He wants to believe that his little brother has got up first and stolen his phone because he's run out of data on his own and wants to play Candy Crush. But he doesn't believe that. Not even for a nanosecond, because that's not the life he leads. A life of innocent explanations and ordinary scenarios is not his lot. He senses her outside the door. Sort of feels her presence before she opens it wide.
Morning, Ollie!
Her voice is sing-song. He's heard her use it before over these past few months, especially when she thinks she's being patient and kind, and he really detests it. It's so fake. He can't believe he was ever taken in by it. She's carrying a breakfast tray. He can see a bowl of cereal, a jug of milk, a mug of tea. Unbelievable. Where's Seb? She places the tray on the bed in front of him. He doesn't touch it, but eyes her warily. He's known her for as long as he can remember. He's been on holiday with her, spent birthdays and Christmases with her. He's lived with her since March, but everything has changed now that he knows she is a murderer.
Seb?
Yes, Seb. Where is he? She pulls her face into a tight smile. It looks like an effort.
Well, yes, we need to talk about Seb. And so many other things, don't we?
Ollie wants to get out of bed. He's taller than her, and that, somehow, will help. When she's towering over him and he's lying in bed, he feels like a kid. He starts to move. She reaches out and places her hand on his chest.
No, just stay where you are. It's best for now. So, shall we just get all our cards out on the table?
If you like.
Okay. I know you've been talking to that murderer, Dan Jansen.
Ollie wasn't expecting that, but tries not to react. It's important to keep a poker face.
I know you've got things a bit confused. You are very upset. You've been through a lot. An awful lot. No one can blame you for getting muddled.
She pauses and smiles at him again. It still looks like an effort. She reaches forward and, with apparent tenderness, sweeps his hair out of his eyes. Lee used to do that all the time. Fiona has never done it before. He automatically jerks his head away from her touch, lets his hair fall back down over his eye.
So, you think you found something that makes you believe I'm involved in your stepmother's death?
She shakes her head in a manner that suggests she's mystified. How do you know that? She doesn't answer him, but carries on.
Okay, so that's silly, of course. You can't have found anything that would connect me because I didn't have anything to do with her death, so...
She breaks off and shrugs. He hates the word silly. He's not 7. He's not silly.
Now then, tell me what it is you think you found, and I can explain. Whatever it is, I'll have a totally innocent explanation because I am totally innocent.
Where is Seb?
He asks again. It's all that matters.
Seb! Seb!
He yells, but no one answers.
Seb is just resting. You can see him after we've finished our talk.
Ollie leaps out of bed. He isn't planning on pushing the breakfast tray at her as such, but he overturns it in his haste. She swears at him and reaches to grab his arm, but he shakes her off and gets past her. He's out of the room in seconds, bolting along the corridor towards the back door.
Seb! Seb!
He yells repeatedly. His heart is beating so hard and fast, it feels like it's in his throat. Fiona follows him slowly. She doesn't appear to be in a rush. He tries the back door, but it's locked. He turns around, his eyes scanning left to right, looking for the keys. They are not in the fruit bowl as usual. They are not on the table. Fiona stands in the doorway from the hall to the kitchen. She folds her arms across her chest. Ollie starts to root around in the kitchen drawers, pulling them open at speed, not even bothering to close them. He flings open cupboards, although it is unlikely he's going to find the keys under the sink with the bottles of bleach and Viacal. He hates it that she is taking her time and he's frantically running around, heart racing. He knows that means she's in control and he's in danger. Hell, he's terrified. She killed his mum. Where is his brother? He stops darting around the kitchen looking for the keys. Obviously, she has them. He turns to her.
You took down the photos,
he says.
I know you killed her because you took down the photos. You wanted to make her disappear. You wanted her life.
Fiona shakes her head sadly, slowly.
You are too clever by half, Ollie.
She doesn't deny it, and his legs quake. He thinks it would have been better, maybe, if she was still pretending to be innocent. We need to strike a deal here, she says icily.
I'm not making any deals with you.
But I have something you want.
You don't have anything I want.
Oh, but I do. I have Seb.
Chapter 40. Kylie. The rope that ties my hands together is wrapped around a rough beam above my head. I wonder, if I move them left and right, can I create a sawing motion that will snap the rope? It's hard work. I have to move my arms and shoulders a considerable distance to create just a couple of centimeters of movement at the point where I am tied. Swinging them backwards and forwards is exhausting, but I persevere. I know shouting is unlikely to draw any attention, as we're so far away from our nearest neighbor. Even if there are tourists or dog walkers on the beach, happy, carefree families and couples, my voice will be drowned out by the crash of the waves. I'm on my own. I have no idea when Kenneth will return or what he will do to me when he does. How can I predict the actions of a madman? All I know is that I have to do something. I can't just passively sit here and wait for what happens to me next. For weeks now, months, I've been aware of my mental well-being, or rather, lack of it. Now, my physical self dominates. I'm a trapped animal. I will chew off my own leg to get out of the jaws of a metal trap. This desperation and determination to escape are both completely familiar. I recall struggling to escape from the room I was held captive in London. It's not just the newspaper reports that are informing this. I clearly recall that I kicked a stud wall over and over again while chained to a radiator. I remember watching as the plasterboard started to crumble and cave in front of me. Then I was only tied by one hand, and so I managed to throw the bits of debris out of an open window in the adjoining room, trying to attract attention. Sometimes my aim was off. Other times, the debris sailed satisfyingly, gratifyingly through the gap. It didn't work, though. No one noticed my efforts, and I stayed chained up. The thought stings, and I feel panic skitter through my body, but I force myself to stay calm and focus. The takeaway from that memory must not be that I failed to escape then. It has to be that I am still alive, and I am here. My attempts to get help were very possibly what made Kenneth bring me to the country to isolate me. I have agency. If he is reacting to me rather than carrying out his own plan, I have some sort of control, don't I? I think of Ollie and Seb. Ollie, an angry teen, but with the potential to become a good man. I'm sure of it. Seb, just a child still, with so much growing up to do. They both need me. I don't doubt they are furious with me. Perhaps, like the papers report, they hate me, but I am their mother, and I need to stem the flow of confusion and pain in their world. I need to apologize and try with every ounce of energy I have to make things a bit better. Mark won't be managing well on his own. He never does. He needs me too. He is unlikely to want me as a wife, but he needs me not to be dead. He needs me to help save his boys from that at least. And Dan needs me. He is being falsely accused of my murder. If I die here, no one will ever know the truth, and he will be sent to prison for life. He doesn't deserve that simply for falling in love with me. For me falling in love with him. I have to find my way back to them all. I need to find a way back to my weird, unconventional life. I need to fix what I can. So I refocus my energy and pull sharply on my bindings. I'm a bigamist, yes, and according to the papers, I'm a bitch. Well, maybe. I'm certainly a mother, and I'm definitely not a quitter. Never that. This outside loo is made of brick. I can't kick it down, so I continue to patiently and repeatedly swing my arms left and right, pulling on the rope as I do so, hoping that the strands of yarn will begin to fray and eventually snap apart, freeing me. My wrists are bleeding where the friction from the binding scratches. My shoulders ache, but I push on and am grateful when I become numb to the pain. These sorts of escapes always look easy on TV and in movies, but the reality is bloodier, slower. Are you hungry? His voice through the door makes me jump. I freeze and pray he hasn't heard my escape attempt. Yes, I admit. I'll make you something. Just bring me a bag of crisps, or an unopened packet of biscuits. Kenneth chuckles. He sounds benign. Part of me wishes I could turn back the clock, live in blissful ignorance, where I believed he was my loving father when I didn't know I was in the care of a madman.
You think I'm going to drug your food?
He says. Not unreasonable under the circumstances, I snap back. He opens the door, and I panic that there is evidence of me sawing at the rope.
I have administered sedatives now and again. Needs must,
he confesses. He shuffles and looks at his feet. I wonder if he is ashamed, or at least regretful. If so, he quickly shoves those emotions aside and starts to justify his actions.
I had to, though. I had no choice.
You are insane, I mutter.
I suppose that would be the easiest explanation. But I'm not. Not really.
He pinches the top of his nose as though he's trying to stem emotion, then swiftly drops to his haunches to be closer to me.
I'm desperate. I'm lonely,
he states flatly.
I know you're not her. I know you're dead.
He slaps his hand on his forehead and corrects himself.
She is dead, I mean. I know she is dead.
So Stacy is dead. I thought that was most likely, but now I consider what it means that he has confirmed as much. How did she die? I know you're dead. Was that a slip of the tongue? Or a threat? He looks me directly in the eye and says,
I know you are not her.
He loved Stacy intensely. There is no doubt about that. Was I safer when he was make-believing that I was her?
I knew that as soon as you remembered one thing, it would all come back to you quickly and everything would be over. I'll go and get you something to eat.
He stands abruptly and leaves. The moment I think he's out of earshot, I start to swing my arms again, frantic to escape before he decides how he feels about Kylie versus Stacy. My life is apparently doomed to be one of duality, choices. I freeze when I see him returning along the garden path towards me. He is carrying 2 packets of ready salted crisps, a banana, and a can of Coke. None of these things could have been tampered with. He opens the crisps and starts to hand-feed them to me. I'm thirsty, I mutter. He opens the can and carefully holds it to my mouth, tilting it at an angle to allow me to drink. His tenderness confuses me. I recognize it, and until recently I wholeheartedly believed in it. But now I know he tricked me, so I don't know how to respond to his care. I eat and drink in silence for a while. Sad. Scared. He starts talking again.
The thing is, you look just like her. And I thought that meant something. You know?
He meets my gaze, eager, excited.
I just wanted the chance to take care of you because I didn't get that chance with her. You were a second chance. Who doesn't want one of those?
I let him talk. Providing he's telling me the truth this time, any information he can give me will be useful.
I missed her so much. So much. You can't begin to imagine. I simply thought maybe I could play a game, that I could pretend. Nothing more. Who would be hurt by that?
I want to interrupt and say, me, I would be hurt. I have been. I was taken from my life, and however complicated that life appeared to be, it was mine. I have a right to know who I am. There is no excuse or reason that would justify him forcing a new identity on me, unbeknown to me. It's not just kidnap. He stole more than my physical body. He stole who I am. However, I bite my tongue. I pull back from saying any of this for fear of riling him.
You needed me,
he insists. Maybe. But what I need now is answers. What were you doing in London? How did you get access to Dan's apartment block? I ask. Why did you keep me there? Were you planning on framing him all along? I have so many questions that they tumble out, a barrage of confusion. Kenneth stares back at me. He looks as bewildered as I feel.
We didn't meet in London,
he says.
I found you on the beach.
What?
I just wanted to help you.
I don't understand. I remember the room, being changed to the radiator, just as it's described in the papers. I nod towards the articles. I know that happened.
Yes, it did. But it wasn't me who held you captive in that hellhole.
He looks offended that I've suggested it. Ironic, considering my current predicament.
You don't remember it now, but after you went over, you were washed up just a couple of miles along the coast from here.
Went over?
The cliff.
He rushes on.
You were unconscious, near death. I saved your life. You have a lot to thank me for,
he adds self-righteously. My head is spinning again. Everything I thought I'd pieced together from the newspaper reports falls apart. Once again, I am on quicksand. Kenneth Jones, if he is to be believed, did not hold me captive in London. He did not bring me here to Dorset. So who did? On a number of occasions over the past few months, I have believed this man could read my mind. I thought it was largely charming, a natural byproduct of us living in such close and constant proximity and having such a tight father-daughter bond. Now I know that isn't true, so I am disconcerted that it appears he can still guess what I am thinking. He answers my unasked question.
She did it. The friend. Your supposed friend, he clarifies.
I glance at the newspapers, recall the reports and remember the comments. Who was commented upon? You mean Fiona Phillipson?
I saw her do the deed. It was dark and wet. Awful night. Ronnie still wanted to pee, though, so I was taking my usual walk when I saw her shove you over the cliff.
His words fall like a physical blow, because in that moment, I see her face. I can feel her presence. Fiona. A woman who loved me and then hated me. He's right. My best friend of over 20 years pushed me forcefully over the cliff edge. And in the moment she did so, I saw in her expression a kaleidoscope of emotion. Satisfaction, triumph, and hate. I know he is telling the truth. I was betrayed, punished. Whatever she thought she was doing, it was horrific, disproportionate, and vicious. I recall the two of us walking up to the top of the cliff. It was pouring down. We were soaking wet. The waves smashed, the wind roared. I felt exhausted and frail, unused to exercise after the captivity she had kept me in. Now I am sure that she was my captor, but back then I was ignorant of that. I thought Dan was responsible for my abduction. I was so grateful to her, believing her to be my brave and brilliant rescuer. Despite feeling physically challenged, part of me found it completely exhilarating to be outside, no longer locked up. I remember I was a bit drunk, but I gladly stumbled up the hill. I recall that she kept asking me which man I would choose if I had to pick one. She doggedly pushed for an answer. I was bewildered by that, but I trusted her. Eventually, I said I'd pick Mark. Mark and the boys. I believed that was the right decision to make. It was, in a way, the decision I had made every day by not leaving them for my new love. Suddenly, I felt her hands on my chest and my feet coming off the ground. Round and around I spun, plummeting. I remember hitting the icy water. The pain was extraordinary, 10 times as awful as the most inelegant belly flop. Kenneth saw all of that. We weren't alone. He elaborates. I scrambled down the cliff, keeping out of sight of that mad woman. She didn't hang around. Had to get away from the scene of the crime, I suppose. By the time I reached the bottom, you'd disappeared. Gone under. I went into the water. It was brutally cold. I had to dive for you, but couldn't see a thing. It was pitch black. I knew that every minute mattered, that running for help would have been a waste of time. I kept flailing about, desperately searching for you. I think of this old man, wet, cold, scared but determined. His actions seem a lot like bravery. A lot like compassion. The man who is now holding me captive once risked his own life to save mine. It seems unfathomable, but I, better than anyone, know that none of us are one thing alone. I walked up and down the coast for hours, repeatedly going in and out of the sea, hoping to find you, but thinking it was hopeless. Then, just as the light was coming up, I heard Ronnie barking from a spot not far up the beach. I didn't know if you were just unconscious or already dead. I lunged towards you, barely able to stand myself by that point. I was so cold and tired. You were bleeding and unresponsive. I started chest compressions to keep the blood pumping around your body. It helps to keep the vital organs, including the brain, alive. You would have died if it wasn't for me. So I owe him everything. And I also resent him for everything. Why didn't you call an ambulance or the police once you'd done the emergency care? Why didn't you report finding me? I demand. It's not that I'm still unsure if this account of events is true. Finally, I believe this is what happened. It feels raw and unwanted, yes, but authentic. What I'm trying to establish is Kenneth's thought process. I was going to, of course, but the immediate priority was to get you warm, avoid hypothermia. I was planning on taking you to my house, calling an ambulance from there. But I got home and my phone wasn't charged. It just seemed to make sense to tend to you myself. I had to shave your hair off so I could sew up your wound. I was out of practice, but it's like riding a bike. You never forget. I dressed you in dry clothes, put you in bed. I'm a doctor first, even after years of not practicing. I have to preserve life. That's the oath. And then I nudge him. You have to understand. The moment I clapped eyes on you, I noticed it. The fact that you looked so much like her. And as you slept, I started to think that was a sign. All I wanted to do was look after you. Well, her. Stacy, I suppose. He shakes his head, bewildered. I reasoned that you needed someone to take care of you. And I needed someone to take care of. He grabs at my knee and urgently squeezes it, wanting me to buy into his warped logic. It seemed like you'd been sent to me. We were meant to find one another.
There had to be a reason, that I was the one who witnessed what was done to you and that you survived the fall.
It's just a coincidence that I look like her, I say sadly. He shakes his head firmly, like a terrier with a bone.
You woke up confused. You didn't know who you were or where you were. Your story hit the papers the next day. All the gory details. The 2 husbands. One of them a suspect in your disappearance. They said he'd skipped the country. It became very ugly. I'm not sure how they got the story so quickly. I've thought about it since. I suppose that was Fiona Phillipson, too. She probably leaked it. You were confused and exhausted. You slept most of those first few days. You'd been through a lot. Then people stopped looking for you. They didn't want you. I did.
No, you didn't. You wanted Stacy.
I deserved you. They'd given up on you so easily.
They thought I was dead.
Yes, they did,
He says eagerly.
And wasn't it for the best that the troubled Kylie, a discontented woman who couldn't accept the limits of life, just stopped being?
I gasp inwardly at that thought.
No,
Never. It is never for the best to be gone, to be done.
Then, when you started to get well, the similarities between the pair of you became more apparent, not less. Your eyes are the same color, the shape of your face, same height, weight, all those obvious things. But there was more. Many of your mannerisms were similar. There were moments when you yawned in a certain way, stretched, threw a ball for Ronnie, and it was as though you really were becoming her.
I suppose this is why Tanya Vaughan believed I was Stacy when we met at the library. Enough of a resemblance to convince a long-lost school friend. Kenneth pushes on with his weird train of thought.
It was easy enough to believe that I wasn't doing a bad or stupid thing. I was, in fact, giving you a new persona. A new opportunity. I was doing a good thing.
His eyes shine, and I marvel at his self-delusion. But at the same time, I understand it. We all tell ourselves a lot of lies. He continues.
If I had called the authorities, they would have arrested you. I felt sorry for you. You've read the papers now, you've seen it. You were the most hated woman in the country. Pitied one day, when you were 2 missing women, loathed the next when it emerged you were a bigamist cheat. That hasn't really gone away, even though many of the great British public think you died for your crimes. They still hate you.
He shrugs, acknowledging the way of the world.
At one point I thought things would settle down, that you could get better, stronger, and then turn yourself in, argue your case. But your memory didn't come back. I suppose there was an element of your subconscious that was acting in self-preservation by suppressing your crime, your complex life and the captivity. Think what you like, but I just saw an opportunity.
I nod slowly. His grief for his dead daughter is so intense that he's stopped thinking clearly. He's not a bad man. He's a sad one.
We were both so alone,
he states finally. Tell me about Stacy. What happened to her? I ask carefully. I realize that Kenneth Jones is grieving for his child. I can't judge that. I want to understand it.
Oh, she was everything to me. I was devastated when she died. I missed her so much I ached. And the gap inside me, the pain gnawed a hole that grew and grew. I was being eaten up from the inside. I just wanted to bring her back. Was I so bad? You like being different people. We were made for each other.
But my boys, they must miss me. They must be so scared, I point out gently. I hope that he respects the parent-child bond enough to empathize with their loss. Enough to see he can't keep me here. My hope is blown away when he says with a cynical chuckle,
Oh, I don't think so. I imagine they hate you very much. What you did was quite terrible.
So, what's next? I ask carefully, unsure that I really want to know.
Well, that's up to you. You could agree to stay here with me. We're okay, aren't we, Stacy? Not as close as we once were, but there's a warmth. We can work on that.
My name is Kylie. I regret saying it immediately, as I note his lips pull together a fraction. His body hardens, and he turns to stone in front of me.
Stop being silly, darling. There's no place for Kylie. She's dead, and everyone thinks good riddance. You and I know who you have to be in order to stay safe. No one loves Kylie.
It is impossible not to hear the threat. How did Stacy die? I ask gently. Was it cancer? Did she have the cancer you told me I had? Kenneth looks at me with a slightly puzzled expression, as though he can't quite comprehend how slow I am being.
Oh no, darling. I killed her.
You? The words stick in my throat. You killed her.
Be sensible. Kylie hasn't anywhere to go. No one wants her. No one would miss her. But Stacy has a loving home here. I'm happy for her to continue to live here with me. I would have to get rid of Kylie, though.
Kenneth squeezes my knee. His touch is torture. I try not to shrink from him. I know it will annoy him, but my reaction is instinctual, and I furl into myself.
Think about it,
he says. Then he stands up and walks back to the house. Chapter 41. D.C. Clements. The sound of her phone ringing wakes her up. It takes her a moment to orientate. The car clock says 11:15. Damn, she slept far longer than she intended. She should have set an alarm, but she assumed the sun coming up at 5 a.m. would wake her. She rarely sleeps well, and can't believe that bedding down in her car at the roadside resulted in such a deep slumber when most nights in her little flat she spends hours tossing and turning and staring at the bedroom ceiling. She planned to be back in the station by now, or at least in the shower at home. The car stinks. It reminds her of that first breath when waking up in a sleeping bag, in a tent that has caught and trapped a night's sweating, farting humanity. She used to enjoy camping, but after she trained as a police officer, she started to associate this particular smell with a stale cell, or a long night stakeout, rather than the great outdoors, and it put her off. When would she have time to go camping anyway? Her back and neck resist as she moves to reach for her phone. It's Tanner. "Where are you?" he asks.
Spent the night in my car. I'm about halfway between London and Lyme Regis.
Kipping on the job, slacker.
His tone is buoyant. She doesn't mind his teasing, but she really wants a coffee. She glances around the car. The only sustenance she can see is a dusty packet of Polo mints. Not exactly a nutritious breakfast. She's glad of them all the same, and pops one in her mouth.
What is it? She asks.
Just got the results from forensics.
The bottle?
Yep.
She rubs her eyes with the heel of her hand and rotates her head to bring movement to her neck.
And?
2 sets of prints.
Known?
Damn straight.
Okay, Tanner, stop being a tease. He waits a beat.
Kylie Gillingham and Fiona Phillipson!
The 2 names come out in a triumphant rush, and Clement's mind bangs into focus.
That means...
Yeah, it does, Tanner. Clements rarely interrupts anyone, always mindful that in her job it's better to listen rather than speak. You learn more. But this time she can't resist. It means that most likely Kylie and Fiona were together at some point on that cliff top.
And there were no other prints?
She can feel her heartbeat. She has to rule out the possibility that Dan Jansen or anyone else took the wine bottle from the house and left it on the cliff. The science never lies. People, though? Well, they're unreliable buggers.
No. None.
Well, that's interesting. She wants to punch the air.
What do you think, boss?
Well, it's possible this wine bottle was left on that cliff top 8 months before we found it. Fiona and the Fletchers confirmed that the last time they visited the holiday bungalow together with Kylie was July 2019. Possible, but not probable.
Very unlikely,
agrees Tanner.
Pre-COVID, there was a group of volunteers who spent every Saturday afternoon picking up rubbish in the area. I found a website. They are quite vocal about litter being left behind. They photograph big piles of the stuff they collect and post about it to try to embarrass the tourists into being a bit more careful.
Genius.
Yeah, I imagine it has a bit of an effect.
No, I mean genius police work, Tanner. Well done.
Right.
She can sense his delighted smile down the phone, even though he appears to have taken the compliment in his stride. And when did they last post?
The last time this group formally got out to clean up the area was Saturday, the 14th of March, 2020. They comment that they had a lot of volunteers, that everyone did a good job. It seems unlikely this bottle was left there before then. If it was, it would have most probably been cleared away.
I think we need to talk to Fiona Phillipson.
Should I go and bring her in? Meet you at the station?
Try it, but I don't think she'll be in London. Not if my instinct serves me right. Clements turns the engine on, slips into gear. Mirror, signal, maneuver. I think I'll carry on towards Lyme Regis after all. She's about to pull away when her phone starts to beep. I have another call waiting. Got to go. She doesn't bother with niceties. Tanner doesn't expect them. They are both focused. Close. Bloodhounds on a scent. She picks up the second call.
It's Mark Fletcher here. There's something I need to tell you. It's about the boys. I'm not sure I was totally honest with you last night. And I'm worried.
Chapter 42. Kylie. Time passes. I have no idea how much or how little. I can't see if I'm making any progress with sawing the rope, which is discouraging, but I have no choice but to push on. Suddenly, my hands flop to my sides. The rope has finally snapped. For a moment, I'm so shocked, I don't have the capacity to move. My hands are numb, and my arms are dead weight. Then I wiggle my fingers as I do in yoga when I come round from Savasana, and run my hands up and down my arms, encouraging feeling back into them. As soon as I have control over my movements, I start to untie the rope around my legs. In just a few more minutes, I am able to stand up. I wiggle my toes and resist crying out as a pins and needles sensation shoots up my legs. I straighten and then try the door. I'm expecting it to be locked or barricaded. It isn't. Slowly, silently, I edge it open. I expect to see Kenneth Jones sitting guard outside, maybe even with a weapon in his hand. He is not. Clearly, he had confidence in his bindings. The door creaks as I carefully close it behind me. I don't want to leave it gaping, which he might notice from the kitchen window if he is keeping a lookout. And then I run. Silently, swiftly. I don't think about where I am going, I just run. Somehow my legs seem to know where I must head, even if my mind is still struggling to catch up. Fiona has a house here. We holidayed together. I remember that now. That's why I recalled Lyme Regis in such detail. I feel drawn towards the house. I am needed there. Chapter 43. Kenneth. Kenneth watches Kylie Gillingham run down the path. She has made her choice then. She is refusing to be his darling Stacy. Refusing to give him a second chance. He isn't that surprised. Women are always running away from him. He doesn't deserve it to be so, but it is. That's life. Lots of people don't get what they deserve. He thinks about the women he's loved, who have left him. First, there was his wife. Terrible, ungrateful woman. He loved her so much. He was very devoted. Admittedly, not in an overly romantic way. He might not have been one for the big gestures. He was not the sort to send Valentine's cards, and he was more likely to buy a slow cooker for a Christmas gift than a sparkling piece of jewelry. But he consistently provided for her. Gave her a comfortable home, worked around the clock to do so. That wasn't enough, apparently. She fell in love with some bloke from Exeter. All those trips to the city to attend art classes were just a cover for their dirty little affair. Yes, she did go to the art classes, but so did he. That was where it started. They got into a habit of going out for a drink together after class. Initially coffee, which progressed to a glass of wine. Soon, they were sharing a bottle, and then, inevitably, a bed. She gave Kenneth most of this detail when she was packing, spitting out her thoughts as she filled her suitcase. She didn't hold back. She seemed to want him to know how completely and utterly in love she was with this middling would-be artist. She was insistent that Kenneth should know that she just couldn't live without this new man, that she had no choice but to leave him and Stacy and her home and go with this waster to Paris. There's nothing as selfish as a person in love. She said she hadn't been looking to fall in love, but she was powerless to prevent it. She simply couldn't resist. He let her reel out all her tired clichés. Nodded when she asked him if he understood that it was simply beyond her control. But he didn't understand. Surely there must have been a point when she could have said no. A moment when she might have recalled Kenneth at home, taking care of little Stacy. A moment when she could have refused the second glass of wine, fastened up her blouse, got up from the bed. Whore. But as the years have passed, He has come to understand love bigger than reason. Love bigger than logic. Love bigger than anything. Not romantic love, but parental love. The love he felt for Stacy was everything. His wife recognized that he was a devoted father. That was why she was able to just walk away without so much as looking back. She said the art scene in Paris wasn't a stable place to bring up a child, and that Stacy would be happier here in Dorset with him. Stacy liked the local school. She had friends here. The whore didn't want to be too disruptive. Kenneth thought that most likely she simply didn't want Stacy cramping her style. So she left with barely a backward glance. Her subsequent contact was limited to the occasional phone call, postcards, and birthday presents. Within 5 years, even that measly effort at parenting dried up. Stacy became entirely Kenneth's concern. Kenneth's responsibility. He embraced being a single parent better than most. He was a devoted father before his wife left. After she left, he was practically a martyr to his role. He somehow managed to juggle his work as a GP with bringing up a child, prioritizing Stacy's well-being above everything. He never so much as glanced at another woman, let alone dated. He focused entirely on his daughter, poured all of his love into her. He made jokes during dentist appointments to ease her fear. He saw to it that she joined brownies and Girl Guides and learnt to play tennis and swim. He hand-stitched costumes for school plays, along with the mothers of other kids. He turned up to every sports day and cheered on the sidelines with the fathers. He set up playdates with Stacy's little friends. He challenged teachers who said she was a chatterbox, basked in the praise of those who said she was particularly creative and talented. He cooked, cleaned, and shopped for her, talked, listened, and read to her. And he did all of that with joy, never resenting the sacrifices he made. They were happy. Or so he thought. But it turned out Stacy was more like her mother than he could have anticipated. Nature overwhelmed nurture in the end. He'd thought that after all his loyalty, devotion, and sacrifice, Stacy would turn out like him, dependable and dedicated to him. That seemed fair. But life isn't fair. Stacy went to art college and came back altered, a different person, discontented, dissatisfied, like her mother. He used to catch her staring longingly out to sea, a faraway look of yearning in her eyes. It was as though she was forever imagining escaping, leaving. He remembers her commenting once, "Funny, isn't it, how the foaming sea sometimes looks like blue dragons are firing out white fire, while other days it looks like soapy suds in a plastic washing-up bowl."
"I found it best not to over-romanticize,"
he replied stiffly. Scared for her. He pretended not to notice her restlessness, hoped it was a phase, and indeed he thought she was going to be okay when she started dating Giles Hughes. For a time, she seemed more settled, calmer. It was the happiest day of his life when she accepted Giles's proposal. He imagined her living just down the road. He dreamed of a brood of grandchildren waiting in the wings. But then that wasn't enough for her either. Before he knew it, she wanted more. She wanted to follow her mother to Paris. They hadn't seen each other for nearly 20 years. It didn't make sense. It was an insult to him. Stacy was basically spitting in his face when she called off the wedding and declared that she was running away after all he had done. She turned out to be just another woman who did not appreciate him or want him. He loved her so much, and she patronized him. implied that he and his life were small, not enough. Another woman running from him was unbearable. He didn't mean to kill her. God, no, never. He loved her more than he loved himself. It was an accident, the worst, most horrific accident imaginable. He would never get over it, never forgive himself. She slammed the door behind her, and my God, he wished he'd just let her run. He has wished that 1,000 times over. Hundreds of thousands of times, probably. But he didn't let her run. He yanked open the door and started off down the path after her. He was just reaching for her shoulder, trying to get her to turn around, to face him. He was perhaps heavy-handed. He hadn't intended to be. He simply wanted her to pause for a second, think about her decision. But he unbalanced her. How many times had he seen her fall over, then get back up again when she was a kid? Dozens. Hundreds. How many times had he washed her grazed knee, kissed it better, popped on an elastoplast? But this time she fell backwards over her suitcase, and he didn't catch her. His reflexes were just too slow. He was worked up, not thinking clearly. She fell awkwardly down the garden steps. There were just 3 steps, but he knew the moment she hit the paving stone that it was not going to be something he could put an elastoplast on. Not something she was going to get up from. He heard her head crack, her neck snap. She was dead. He tried everything to resurrect her. Obviously, as a doctor, he knew all the proper procedures, but to no avail. No matter how many times he compressed her chest, he couldn't get a wisp of breath from her. He was just a doctor, not God. That difference had never been so starkly apparent. He saw her spirit leave. Her energy drifted upwards, and he was left with a husk. Nonetheless, all night, he continued to try to resurrect her. He probably broke her ribs doing so. She wouldn't have been able to feel that, of course. Still, he wept. He should have called the police, explained what had happened. He knows that now. He's often thought that in these past 10 years or so. He wonders how different his life might have turned out if he had. There would have been an investigation, an autopsy. It might have gone to court, but a judge and jury with any sense would have realized he wasn't a killer. It was an accident. He didn't call the police, though. It was not because he was scared of facing justice. It wasn't that. He just couldn't bear her being taken away from him, taken to a fridge in a morgue. He couldn't stand the idea. He stayed up all night with her as she turned cold and stiff in his arms. He wasn't thinking clearly when he started to dig. He just dug and dug. They say 6 feet under, but no one has any idea how deep that is until they try to dig a grave. He dug the whole of the next day and late into the evening. Even so, he doubts it was ever quite 6 feet. He thought someone might come along. A neighbour, perhaps, who had heard that the wedding was cancelled, or Heidi and Ian Hughes, Giles himself. He thought someone would come looking for her, for him, and if they had, they would have stopped him, helped him make a healthier choice. But no one came. No one stopped him. She lies under the pretty sea glass. The mermaid tears. When, after a week, Heidi Hughes finally showed her face, he just told her Stacy had gone to find her mother in Paris. It was what he wished had happened. It offered him some comfort, pretending she was still alive. The weeks turned into months, into years. No one looked for Stacy. Kenneth was initially concerned that Giles would grow a pair and decide to follow her to France, to try to track her down, but he never did. He married someone else within 2 years. A young woman from the next village. The wedding was held in the church that Giles and Stacy had been planning to marry in. Kenneth was invited but didn't go. He heard it was lovely, very traditional. Pink flowers on the pew ends. No one missed Stacy as much as Kenneth did. As much as they should have. He resents that. He does sometimes wonder, would it have been so bad if it had gone to court and they had sent him to prison? He imprisoned himself anyway. He gave up his general practice after she died. He just couldn't find it in him to care, to try, to listen to other people's problems. Shingles, arthritis, sore throats, all seemed so trivial to him. He no longer went to the pub or mixed socially. He became a recluse. He didn't deserve to be happy, and besides, he didn't like going out and leaving her alone in the garden. He preferred to stay close to her. From time to time, he allowed himself a trip to Lyme Regis if he needed something specific, like chicken wire, or a new pair of glasses, something he couldn't get locally. Whenever he was there, he popped into the library. A few years ago, he told the librarian that Stacy was ill, that she had cancer. It wasn't a pre-planned lie. It was just something that popped into his head. The librarian had never known Stacy, but she was a nice woman, chatty, and so she always asked Kenneth a question or two, just to be polite, just to make conversation. One time she asked if he had children or grandchildren. A natural enough inquiry. He admitted to having a daughter and stuck to the story that she lived in Paris. There was something about how she nodded her head when he mentioned Stacy that revealed it wasn't the first she had heard of her. No doubt, she'd heard the gossip about his beautiful daughter jilting Giles Hughes a decade before, and she probably wanted to know if Stacy had moved on. If Stacy thought the decision she'd made was the right one. There was little you could do about the perennial nature of idle gossip, the scourge of a small town, other than lean into it. The problem was, Kenneth couldn't imagine the grandkids that the librarian was expecting to hear of. He wanted to gift them to Stacy because she deserved a dignified happy ever after. But he just couldn't picture little chubby babies or boisterous grandchildren kicking a football about. So he told the librarian that his daughter was ill, gravely ill with cancer. He wasn't sure where the lie came from, but once he'd told it, he realized it was the right route. Maybe it was time to let Stacy rest. He could allow her to die in Paris, a tragic early death. But not as tragic or early as her death had really been. Over the next 18 months, whenever he spoke to the librarian, he gave a fictional account of Stacy's illness. He implied that she wasn't responding to treatment, that her decline was accelerating, her demise inevitable. He was on the cusp of letting her go, allowing her to rest in peace. Then Kylie came along. He's tried to explain it to her, that he was so alone, so lonely. that he missed Stacy so much that he sometimes wished his heart would stop. Kylie was his second chance, sent so he could redeem himself, mend her, keep her safe. He isn't a bad man. But he saw her face when he was honest with her. She was scared of him. Terrified. And now she's running from him too. Why do the women he loves always run away? Well, he isn't going to let this woman escape. He can't. He'll have to bring her back. Chapter 44. Dan. The moment Dan finishes speaking to Mark and hangs up, he calls his lawyers. He doesn't trust Mark Fletcher to do the right thing. He doesn't trust him to do any bloody thing. The man seems shocked to the point of incapacity. Depressed, most likely, but Dan's not going to sit back. He's not that sort of person. Never has been, and never will be. For good or bad, he has to act. I need to get to England, he tells his lead lawyer. He's careful not to ask for permission or guidance, not to ask for any damned thing. We'd advise against that. Of course. Nonetheless, I need to get there today. The lawyer suppresses a laugh, but in a way that communicates he is doing so. He wants Dan to know he is laughing and that he thinks Dan is foolish. You are in a stronger position fighting this from the Netherlands. We've talked about that. I'm aware, but I need to get to the UK. His lawyer sighs audibly, and then, as though he's talking to a slightly slow child, he says, It's impossible. Even if your bail conditions allowed you to travel, which they don't, there are hardly any flights. All governments are operating policies of essential travel only. It is essential, Dan responds tersely. Well, as I mentioned, the conditions of your bail don't allow it. Tell them I did it. What? Dan can hear the energy being transferred from him to his lawyer, who must be blindsided by this turn of events. Dan has been vigorously protesting his innocence for months. Tell the police I murdered her and I will show them where the body is. That should tick the essential travel box. Did you? The lawyer asks. His voice quivers, and Dan dislikes him for it. He doesn't bother to respond. Eventually the lawyer says, Well, they might put you on a plane in the next day or so, if you say this is the case. I need to get to England today, Dan insists. I'm not sure that can be done. Dan thinks of how much this man and his company are paid by the hour. Get me on a fucking helicopter by noon or you are fired. Tell DC Clements we'll meet her in Lyme Regis. Dan knows that when he gets to Lyme Regis, he will not be able to show the DC where Kai is buried. He realizes he's going to be in a lot of shit for this. There is a risk his theory is wrong, and that Fiona is not a threat to Ollie and Seb. If that is the case, he will be charged with wasting police time, and since he'll be on UK soil, they will most likely make him see out the time before the trial in a British prison. If he is condemned there, he won't be able to wiggle. Everyone knows playing a game on home territory is best. Playing an away match puts you at a disadvantage. Oddly, considering all of that, he thinks the best-case scenario is one where he is wrong and Fiona isn't a threat, and the boys are safe. The thing is, he believes the worst-case scenario to be more likely. Fiona is completely mad and threatening. The boys are in great danger. He might be able to help them. Someone has to, He is not leaving those boys alone. Chapter 45. Ollie.
You are going to let me tie you up, Ollie, because you are very big, and that's dangerous. We both know you could overpower me,
says Fiona.
I wouldn't do that.
She looks bored and disappointed that he is bothering to lie to her.
Yes, you would,
she asserts with a deep sigh.
Remember, I have your brother.
He holds out his hands in front of him. She shakes her head and roughly pulls them behind his back, binds them there. Honestly, he doesn't know if it's the right call to give in to her. Should he punch her in the face and make a run for it? Maybe. But she has Seb. Not here in the house, somewhere else. He can't leave his little brother with her. He can't risk her never revealing where Seb is, as she has with Lee. Sit, she commands. He obediently flops into the kitchen chair, and she ties his feet to the legs. He wants to kick her in her stupid face, but he doesn't. He can't lose Seb. She doesn't behave like the baddies do in movies, not DC and Marvel ones at least. She does not reveal her entire sick plan. She leaves him guessing.
Where is Seb?
He asks.
I don't want you to worry about that right now.
She sounds like an annoyingly bossy schoolteacher. He really hates her, like 1,000 times more than he's ever hated a teacher. More than he hated Lee.
Is she okay?
Yes, at the moment.
The threat is loud and clear.
What are you going to do with us?
She doesn't respond to that one. She begins to move around the house, packing a rucksack. She takes some of Seb's clothes from their day bag that Ollie packed yesterday. He can't believe it's just yesterday. It seems such a long time ago. She looks delighted to find their passports. She takes Seb's, leaves Ollie's on the kitchen table. He feels a sharp, illogical sting of rejection. He's being left behind, but it's almost immediately consumed by overwhelming horror.
Where are you taking Seb?
He demands in panic.
What is your plan?
You are asking too many questions,
she says with an impatient tut. He regrets giving in to her now. He opens his mouth to scream for help, but as though she's anticipated this, she lunges in with a tea towel and his screams are swallowed as she roughly and far too tightly gags him. He resists, moves his head violently from left to right, but he's too firmly bound to do much now. He's an idiot, a total idiot to have let this happen. He's let Seb down. He brought him here to protect him, but now he's put him in greater danger. Ollie thinks he's going to cry. The thought fills him with dread and shame. He doesn't want to cry in front of her. He's not scared. He doesn't want her to think that. He's frustrated and furious with himself. That's what is pushing him to the brink of tears. He had the upper hand for a brief moment, and now he's a bloody victim. She carefully closes all the blinds and draws the curtains, as he's seen her do when they leave here at the end of a holiday. No one will be able to see into the house. Is she going to leave him here alone? Will he starve? Die? Where is she taking Seb? She doesn't even turn to look at him as she opens the kitchen door, walks out, and then closes and locks it behind her. Ollie has never felt so alone. Chapter 46. Fiona. Seb is still unconscious, and that is for the best. Fiona swings up the garage door and is hit by a sense of things scuttling into the dark corners, spiders or mice. She never keeps her car in here. It's full of the usual beach paraphernalia, punctured inflatables that she always plans to fix because she feels bad about adding to landfill, but never gets around to. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Deck chairs, windbreakers, parasols. There's also an assortment of tools, the lawnmower and several half-empty pots of paint. Her little aluminium boat takes centre stage. It's mounted on the trailer, ready to go. As she sweeps away cobwebs that hang low and catch in her hair, her gaze is pulled to the 5 wetsuits hanging like headless bodies on the pegs on the wall. Hers, and one for each of the Fletchers. The suits haunt her, reminding her that they were once like a big, happy family. Or so she thought. She considers suiting up, and decides it's worth taking a couple of minutes for her to do so, but dismisses the idea of trying to wriggle an unconscious Seb into his suit. It would be an impossible task. The little family boat can be rowed or driven by outboard engine. Fiona is glad she decided to equip it with a combustion engine. It's not like she could row to France. And France is her plan. Yes, it's considerably further than she's ever sailed before. Normally, she pootles around the coastline, limiting herself to calm waters and short stretches of just a few hours tops. However, she's a good sailor. She's taken exams, and she has an iPhone and a compass. How hard can it be? People cross the channel all the time. People who don't have passports or any sailing skills. She has both. Seb might stay unconscious throughout. That would probably be for the best, because Fiona hasn't quite thought through how she might explain to the boy what they are doing. When he wakes up, if they are already in France, she could tell him they are on holiday. That will do, won't it? In the short term, at least. He'll believe what she tells him, won't he? Her plan is vague and on the hoof, she knows it, but she can't think about it right now. She has to get going. No time to lose. She hitches the trailer to the car and pulls onto the road. Then she glances in her rear mirror and realizes that an open garage door is as obvious as a missing front tooth. Infuriated, she stops the car, gets out, and dashes back to close the door. Chapter 47. Kylie. I run harder, faster, and further than I have ever run before. I develop a killer stitch, and my lungs feel as though they are being stretched like overinflated balloons and might burst. Sweat is pooling in my back. My feet are slick in my shoes. A blister is forming on my right heel. I don't care. I run on. My feet lead, and I try not to think about the direction they are choosing. If I overthink it, I might lose my way. Better to let my subconscious remain in charge. The moment I turn the corner and set eyes on the small but well-kept 1990s bungalow, I instinctively know I am in the right place. Fiona's second home. Not somewhere I consciously knew existed until a few minutes ago, but that I can now identify with 100% assurance. There is no time to marvel at how cunning and interesting brains are. I need to work out why I instinctually came here. Because I do believe I should be here. I am needed, but it isn't clear to me why. The papers all reported that Fiona is in London. 1 or 2 of the tabloids revealed the detail that she is living with Mark, Ollie, and Seb. They ostensibly praise her kindness for stepping in and caring for her friend's grieving husband and sons, but I get the sense that they are hinting at a more scandalous situation. The implication is that Fiona is living with Mark as a partner. Is that possible? It seems so soon. Has she been in love with him for a long time? That would explain her crime. She may well have been motivated by jealousy. Or maybe she is just being opportunistic. Maybe she's moved in with Mark not because she loves him passionately, but because she hates me viciously and wants to dance on my grave.
That would explain why she was so insistent on knowing who I would pick if I had to choose one of my two husbands. If I'd said I wanted Dan, she might have moved in on him and framed Mark. I shake my head. It doesn't matter anyhow. I'm not going to waste time trying to understand the brain of a would-be murderer. The important question is, what does all this mean for the boys? I am unsure, but I doubt it is anything good. It's incredibly disappointing that the bungalow seems to be deserted. There is no sign of a car. The blinds and curtains are drawn. I was so sure my subconscious had brought me here for a reason. Now I don't know what to do next. Should I head to Lyme Regis and turn myself in at the police station? Or should I go to the nearest house and knock on the door, explain who I am, and ask if I can call the police from there? Frankly, that doesn't appeal. Whoever's door I knock at will most likely have a view on both me and my case because of the extensive, lurid media coverage. It's unlikely to be a favourable view. I realise I will have to face the police, press, and public very soon, but I think it would be better to control the narrative of my return to life, rather than have some stranger privy to it. A stranger who might very well sell the story to a tabloid. So I guess it makes sense to set off towards Lyme Regis and place myself in police custody. But something stops me. It is a strange twang, a fluttering of anxiety. Ollie. Seb. I've had this feeling before, many times. Whenever I waved them off to school, knowing they had to sit tests or exams that they were nervous about. When Ollie had his tonsils out and was under the anaesthetic, and every time either boy was worried about playing in a sports fixture or performing in a school production. I carried their anxiety. Mark used to laugh and say I was a witch. A good one, he'd add. I'm not a witch. I don't believe in superstitions, ghosts, or anything paranormal. But I do believe in a mother's instinct. And I am a mother. I decide to take a closer snoop around the bungalow. I don't know what I expect to find, if anything, but I know the importance of being thorough. Fiona tried to murder me, and this is Fiona's home. Reason enough for a poke around before I set off to the police station. There are no gaps in the sitting room curtains at the front, and the only way to peer through the kitchen or bedroom windows is to climb over the 5-foot fence and into the back garden. I'm so weary, but I drag the bin to the fence and clamber onto it, hoisting myself up and over. I land heavily on the other side. The blinds are closed at the kitchen window. Nothing can be seen. I check the bedrooms, but the curtains are drawn tight there too. Then I recall the tiny bathroom window at the side of the bungalow, which doesn't have a curtain or a blind. I've always thought that was a bit exposing, and the only room that really needed either. But now I'm grateful. I peer through. It's a piece of luck that the door from the bathroom to the hallway is open. It is just possible to see past the tiny hallway, no bigger than a coffee table, and into the kitchen. At first, I don't spot anything of interest. The kitchen is tidy to the point of sterile. It doesn't look as though anyone has been in there for a while. Then, a miracle happens. Ollie shuffles into view. My boy. My son. He is lying on the floor, his arms and legs tied to an overturned chair. He's moving like a caterpillar towards the kitchen unit. He is gagged and red in the face, obviously panicked, scared. I bang on the small window and yell, "Ollie! Ollie, darling, it's me!" He lifts his head. Our eyes meet. Chapter 48. Fiona.
As Fiona drives along the narrow country lanes, overhanging branches whip the car, her tyres kick up loose stones, and she racks her brains trying to come up with a convincing explanation for Seb as to why just the two of them might stay in France long term. She'll have to think of something believable and compelling, as the boy is 12, not 2. It might be possible to string him along for a while. Initially, she can tell him his dad and Ollie will be joining them, that they're all going to spend the summer abroad. She can easily justify a holiday by pointing out that they've all been under so much stress. She can argue that they need to get away from the press and recuperate somewhere out of the spotlight. A little later down the line, she can then say that the COVID restrictions mean Mark and Ollie can't get out of the UK to join them. She'll say that they'll have to manage just the two of them for a while. She can spot flaws in her own plan even as she is forming it. For a start, how will she explain the fact that they arrived illegally on the boat? Even if she can fob him off with some special circumstances because of COVID guff, he'll want to FaceTime his father and brother. How will she negotiate around that? Plus, she can't have their true identities revealed to anyone. How will she convince him to adopt a pseudonym and give a different story to any acquaintances they make? She can't realistically expect to isolate the boy from everyone. Perhaps she can tell him that they are using fake names to leave behind the gossip about their bigamist stepmum. Lies, lies, lies. So many of them, and so hard to keep track of. Fiona's head is reeling. She can't discern what might be possible and convincing because she's desperate and panicking. The explanations she's coming up with sound viable one second, ludicrous the next. She opens her mouth and screams with frustration. Her plan is a mess. This annoys her. She spent months working out the details of Kylie's abduction. She thought of every scenario, every risk, every potential consequence. She is angry with herself for ending up somewhere so chaotic and faulty. It was an imbecilic act of hubris to remove the pictures of Kylie from the bungalow. Unnecessarily dramatic. The sad truth is, Ollie was right. Fiona just wanted to rid herself of every reminder of her former friend, but look where that one impetuous act has led. She thought she'd considered everything, but she never thought that Ollie and Seb would run to Dorset and start snooping, or that Ollie might be so observant and actually notice the photos had gone. As neither of them has any money, she didn't think they would be able to independently strike out in this way. Damn Dan Jansen and his deep pockets to hell. She is on this path now, and there is nothing she can do about it but rush on, she thinks as she puts her foot down a little too heavily. The roads are narrow and twisty. Normally she takes them at a snail's pace, but now all she can do is push through. This part of her life is out of control. She has to get past it, find a more even keel. Things have to get better. Part of her is already regretting that she acted so hastily. It would perhaps have been more sensible to let Ollie tell her what he'd found before she drugged Seb. Then she could have told him he was mistaken, that the photos were removed long ago, months before Kylie went missing. Maybe she could have said that Kylie herself took them down, that she didn't think they were flattering or something. She should have just insisted that he was reading something into nothing. After all, when they were taken away isn't something anyone can categorically prove. It would have been his word against hers, and besides, what did it prove anyway? Even if he'd gone to the police with his suspicions, she could have argued she was grief-stricken about Kylie's disappearance and didn't want sad reminders of her friend around the house. The removal of the photos doesn't prove she's a killer. The evidence is circumstantial at best. She should have held her nerve. She curls her hand into a fist and hammers the steering wheel in exasperation. She does so with such vigor that she hurts her wrist,
But it doesn't ease her frustration, so she knocks hard on her own skull, trying to bang a solution into being. "Think!" she yells at herself. The problem, of course, is bloody Dan Jansen lurking in the background, persistently, vehemently insisting that he is innocent. Now going as far as infiltrating the Fletcher household. Really, that is what has caused her to panic. She's intimidated by Dan, intimidated by his confidence, his wealth, his indifference towards her. When they were together, she always knew he had the upper hand. Briefly, when he was arrested, she thought she was beating him, defeating him. But is that possible? Men like him rule the world. She thumps her head with her fist again. Stupid, stupid, she tells herself. She should have sat tight. She could have reported Dan to the police. He has tampered with witnesses, broken the conditions of his bail, unduly influenced and harangued children. She would have been wiser to turn it all against him. Yes, she should have paused to reflect a little more, because sailing across the ocean with a drugged child, hoping to disappear in Europe, seems like a risky, flaky, flawed plan. Should've, could've, would've. Stupid, helpless, hopeless words. Thoughts bounce in and out of Fiona's head like fireworks in the sky now. Bright and vivid one moment, lost to a smoky blackness the next. It's hard to stay focused, to remain calm. She doesn't know what jurisdiction the English police have in France. Might she be extradited? Will she have to go deeper into Europe? Disappear altogether? How will she get to her bank accounts? How easy is it to travel across borders at the moment? She has so many questions and no answers. She is not a criminal mastermind, someone with access to fake passports and such. How will she manage? The one thing she does know is that after all she has endured, she is not going to come away from this empty-handed. That is not fair. Not acceptable. That is why she could not run away on her own. She will not accept being alone again. At different points in recent history, she has been the lover of both of Kylie's husbands. There has been a chance for her with both men. She isn't greedy like Kylie. She never wanted them both at the same time. She was happy to take one or the other. She would have been delighted to be Dan's girlfriend. Way back when, in the beginning, that was her hope. Until she discovered that he was married. It was a bitter pill, but if she was being totally honest with herself, it was not one that was altogether impossible to swallow. Women do become mistresses. Some settle for that. Others hope in time that their status will change. But then she discovered he was married to her best friend. Now that stuck in her throat. That she choked on. She has been Mark's lover for 4 months now. She's lived in his home, cooked meals for him, washed and ironed his clothes. They've played cards and watched Normal People and the latest season of Better Call Saul on TV together. They are a couple. Besides which, she has been like a mother to his sons. She's tended them with fastidious care. She's glimpsed a life where she has a family of her own. And she is not going to give up on all of that. She won't. It just wouldn't be fair if she lost everything. She is surely entitled to at least one boy. Ollie can be moody and sullen. Seb is by far the more pliant. Besides, it's better for Seb if he is with her. He is still young and needs a mother. He hasn't got one. He needs Fiona. In the final analysis, she's killed a woman for God's sake. She is not going to come away from this with nothing to show for her trouble. She has had to leave Seb in the boot of the car, which isn't ideal. She considered strapping him into the back seat. She almost did so, telling herself that anyone they passed on the country roads would probably just assume he was snoozing. But then,
She decided it was better to be cautious. She couldn't risk someone recognizing him and calling the police. If Mark hasn't done as instructed and told the police the boys are safe and well, they might still be looking for them. For all she knows, the search might have escalated by now. She thinks Mark most probably did follow her instructions, because he tends to. He isn't especially good at thinking for himself right now. Other women might find that irritating, a little weak. But Fiona has seen the advantages. She's been able to make herself useful to him. Indispensable, really. She does believe he will miss her, which is somehow satisfying. Most likely he will have done her bidding, but she hasn't been in contact with him since swapping texts last night, so she can't totally depend on it. She knows it's impossible to depend on anyone. A mistake. So it's safest if Seb stays in the boot. And, as he's asleep, he'll have no memory of the journey. No harm done. When she arrives at Lyme Regis Harbour, she parks the car at a careless angle across 2 spaces, then reverses so that the trailer is in the water. She jumps out, rushes to open the boot. Her next problem is getting Seb out of the car and into the boat without drawing too much attention. She is shocked at the sight of him. He looks so pale he is almost transparent. He appears smaller than usual, as though the ordeal is making him shrink. He's still unconscious, which is a bonus, as he doesn't panic when she throws a rug over him, or feel it when his head bangs against the boot of the car as she hastily scoops him up and carries him to the boat. She drops him unceremoniously on the floor. It's not that she means to be callous, but while he looks slight, he is still hefty to carry any distance, and she's not only exhausted but in a hurry. Returning to the car, she picks up her rucksack and throws that on top of Seb. There's nothing heavy in it, just clothes, some food and water. Okay, so the litre water bottle might cause a bit of discomfort, but he doesn't stir, so no harm done. Next, she flings in buoyancy aids, boat gloves and boots. She hopes that if anyone is watching, they will imagine she's simply moving supplies and not think too long and hard about what might be under the blanket. There's no more room for anything else. It's a squeeze as it is. She'd best get going. The sun is searing. It scorches, and she feels further irritated that she didn't pack sunscreen. She's not thinking clearly. She's not prepared, and the more she admits this to herself, the more cross and frankly afraid she becomes. She looks at her phone. Google Maps gives the time it takes to cover a distance by car, public transport, bike, foot, and plane. She makes a mental note to contact them after this is all over and say that they need to include boat travel too. She has no idea how long it might take her to get to France, or where exactly she should try to dock. She supposes she'll have to sail up the coast until she finds somewhere appropriate. She refamiliarizes herself with the compass app and then turns on the engine. The aluminium boat slips out of the harbour. Chapter 49. Ollie. His mum is quite the badass, really. He'd forgotten that. The moment she spots him, she springs into action, doesn't hesitate. She dashes back to the kitchen window. "Move away from the window," she instructs. He can't call out to tell her he's following her instructions, as he's still gagged. He wriggles as far away as he can, scoots back so he is facing the wall, hunched like a tortoise. She must trust that he's protected himself as much as possible, because she doesn't hang about. He hears the window smash. Glass splinters shower in every direction, some flying through the air, loads of it slithering across the kitchen tiles. He feels 1 or 2 pieces tap against his back. Almost immediately, he feels her hurriedly undoing his gag and the rope round his wrists. He wraps his arms around himself and rolls his stiff shoulders as she unties his legs. Neither of them speaks while she does this. She's concentrating, all her energy focused on setting him free, while he doesn't know what to say. He notices that her arms are cut and scratched. She took less care of herself than she did of him. There's a big stone gnome on the floor, the paint on its red hat chipped, and the fishing rod snapped. She obviously used it to smash the window. He remembers her buying it as a tongue-in-cheek gift for Fiona last summer. She howled with laughter as she handed it over. "It's so bad. It's good, don't you think?" All of a sudden, he is clinging to her, and she's clinging to him. And he's crying, proper bawling like a baby, but it doesn't matter. He's not embarrassed, because crying in front of your mum is totally okay. She would never judge him. He feels the warmth of her hug, the strength of it, and he forgets all the things he hates her for. He's just so fucking glad she's alive. Chapter 50. Kylie. I pull my son so close to me that I can feel his heartbeat. I squeeze tightly, clinging to him as though there is a danger he might slip from my grasp. He won't. Not ever again. I won't let that happen. "It's okay. I'm here," I whisper. If he wants to challenge me, and my God, he'd be within his rights to do so, he finds the courage or tact to somehow resist. "You're not dead," he mutters, clearly amazed. "Right. Yes." I realize this must be a huge shock for him. I am back from the grave. I don't want to let him go, not even for a moment, but I have to break the hug to ask, "Where's Seb?" I'm up on my feet and moving towards the hallway, broken glass crunching underfoot. "Seb? Seb!" "She took him," Ollie replies. His voice cracks with pain and panic. I freeze. Turn back to him. "Fiona did?" He nods. "It's all my fault. I should never have brought him here." I dart back to his side, pull him to his feet. As he gets up, he towers above me. I reach up and take hold of his face in both hands, then tilt it down to mine. He tries to avoid my gaze, but I keep my eyes locked on him. I know he will meet them eventually. He's taller than I recall, and maybe even a fraction broader. I feel a pinch of sadness that he is a physical embodiment of what we have lost. Time has passed. It does. It always will. It seems ludicrous that Ollie is taller than I am, but still a child, still in need of reassurance, care. "None of this is your fault," I say firmly. "Do you understand?" "You're not dead," he repeats. "Seb was right." Now he allows himself to look at me properly. "Here you are. A skinhead version of you, but you all the same." He gives in to a grin. I smile back. "Good news, I hope?" He laughs, and because he's been crying and is full of snot and emotion, the sound bubbles out of his nose. He seems so young. "We definitely have a lot to catch up on," I say as I wink at him. He lunges at me and hugs me tightly again. For a moment, the world has stopped, spun backwards on its axle. This feels like our very first moment of connection, a private moment that I recall with crystal clarity. It was the day I met Mark, Ollie, and Seb. A traumatic day that ended up with a dash to A&E after Seb took a tumble off the top of the slide in the play park. While Mark tended to Seb, I, then a complete stranger to them, took care of Ollie. I remember gaining his trust by feeding him chocolate-covered raisins and reading him stories as we sat in the hospital waiting room. There was one particular moment that will stay with me forever. He rested his head against my shoulder and then asked if he could climb onto my knee. He chose me. He felt safe with me. His instincts were right then, and are right now. He is safe with me. He can trust me. His eyes shine, and I know my boy so well. I know he is excited, jubilant. Okay, tell me everything you know, I instruct. I haven't seen Seb since last night, when we both went to bed. When I woke up, he was gone and Fiona was here. She said she had him. Then she left in the car. I didn't see her go because I was tied up, but I heard the engine. I guess Seb was in the car too. He must have been gagged because he didn't call out. I suppose he might be somewhere else. She could have taken him somewhere last night. Let's assume she kept him with her. She might have given him something. Drugged him, you mean? She drugged me, I say carefully, apologetic that I have to articulate this. I know I'll be adding to Ollie's apprehension, but I have to be straight with him. I can't protect him from this reality. Did she say anything at all about what she plans to do next? No, but she took his passport. The words ricochet through my body, but I know it's vital that I appear in control for Ollie. Well, she can't get far during a pandemic. There are restrictions everywhere. Where's your phone? She took that too. Okay, well, we need to get to a phone to call the police. I race to the back door, but it's locked. I make towards the broken window. No, climb out of a good one. You'll cut yourself, yells Ollie. You go through the front room one, I say. I'm already halfway out, but he's right. I do cut myself, but I'm only thinking about Seb now. I rush to the garage and lift the door. It's unlocked, so I know what to expect before I see it. The Buster mini boat is gone. No! My objection splits the air. The entire garage seems to quiver under my fury. I feel futile and hopeless as I imagine Fiona, hell-bent on getting to France in her tiny, insecure little craft. She has always overestimated her sailing skills. I count the wetsuits. Hers is missing. Seb's is still there. She hasn't bothered to keep him warm. Ollie is now at my side. We need to get to the harbour, I tell him. You think she's going to try to sail to France? He asks. That's insane! I'm about to point out that Fiona is most likely certifiable, but at that moment, a car comes around the bend and pulls onto the drive. It's Kenneth Jones. He edges the nose halfway into the garage, obstructing our exit, meaning we have no choice but to move closer to the back wall. I attract nutters, Ollie. I'm sorry. I don't want to panic him, but before Kenneth can get out of the car, I say, Run! Go now! He'll have to squeeze his way past the car, but I want him to get away while he can, and not end up trapped in here. Being trapped is hell. Seeing him trapped would be worse. But Ollie does not run. He stares at Kenneth as he slowly gets out of the car. I see the old man through my son's gaze, scruffy, lanky, dishevelled, crazed. His bright blue eyes flit manically around the garage. He could be mistaken for someone who is high on speed. That's when I notice that Ollie's attention is trained specifically on Kenneth's hand. He is holding a knife. I recognize it as a kitchen knife I have used often in these past few months. It's funny that in all the domestic chaos we muddled through, the one thing Kenneth was always fastidious about was keeping the kitchen knives sharp. Just in case, you know. I thought it might be useful, he says with a shrug. I have no idea how to respond to that. All I know is that I can't risk Ollie pushing past him. I step in front of my son. Ollie jostles with me and tries to get in front of me. I don't allow it. After a few seconds, I realize I'm wasting my energy, and we stand shoulder to shoulder. So, this is one of the lads, is it? Says Kenneth.
One of the kids Lee Fletcher abandoned. I'm her son, yes, says Ollie. And she didn't abandon us. She was taken. His loyalty breaks my heart. I ache with longing to be out of this mess. All I want is to find Seb and give us all the chance the boys deserve. But looking at Kenneth gripping a knife, knowing Fiona has Seb, I wonder whether I will ever get that opportunity. Kenneth seems struck by Ollie's comment too. He tilts his head to one side and looks quizzical. What are you doing here? He asks. We came to find her. We? Me and my brother. I'd like to meet him too. You can't. Ollie looks Kenneth straight in the eye. He speaks in a calm and assured voice, although I know he must be terrified. I am in awe of his ability to appear composed. Fiona Phillipson has taken him. I see. Kenneth's face collapses into an expression of concern. Who are you? Ollie demands. I'm her. Kenneth pauses for the longest time, then eventually says, I'm her friend. Why are you carrying a knife then? Ollie demands. The airless garage smells of dust and creosote. It is tight with fear. Kenneth looks down at his hand and seems shocked to see the knife there, as though he'd forgotten he had it. He gives a small sort of shrug. I brought it along just in case. In case of what? Are you going to hurt my mum? No, Don't you fucking dare! Kenneth looks surprised, and then confused. I wasn't thinking clearly. I've had a very difficult day. His eyes moisten. I'm sorry. His shoulders seem to melt into his chest. He looks vulnerable, manageable. His apparent docility might not be real, and even if it is, it might not last, so I must try to manage him while there is perhaps opportunity. Will you put the knife down? I ask. Will you let us go? We need to get to a neighbour. We need to call the police. Please. I'm begging you. Fiona has a boat and Seb. He's in danger. I know you are a good man, Kenneth. I know nothing of the sort. I could help, he states. How can I trust him? He's confessed to killing his daughter. A daughter he once loved above everything. He locked me up and drugged me. He's obviously unstable, unwell, and he's literally blocking our exit from the garage. He doesn't seem in any way helpful. He reaches out a gnarled hand, but it's the hand holding the knife, so both Ollie and I instinctually pull away from him. He must see our fear. It crackles in the air. Really? I can help, he insists, reassuring no one as he instantly appears agitated. I have a car. I can drive you to the harbour. Going to a neighbour, calling the police, that will all waste time. She's most likely already in the water. He tosses the knife into the back seat of the car. I see now that you are right, Kylie. They did miss you, your boys. They came here for you. You do have a life of your own. Just like that? You're suddenly seeing sense? I ask skeptically. I thought you had nothing. I thought I was giving you something. I shouldn't have tricked you, and I certainly shouldn't have locked you up. I see that now. But before then, these past few months, have you had anything to complain about? Didn't I take care of you? What happened to Stacy? I ask. I know I am testing him. It was an accident. And I'm sorry. Sorrier than is bearable. I hope you never have cause to be this sorry. When you came into my life, I really believed you were my second chance. Well, perhaps you are. Not because I get a second chance at being a father, but because I might be able to help save a loved child. What are you waiting for? Honestly, I don't know if I can trust him. I've seen such tenderness from him over these past few months, and then today such desperate cruelty. I wish I could just call the police right now and believe that they will get a boat in the water to give chase before it's too late, but I don't imagine that will happen. The explanation as to who I am and what is going on is convoluted and complicated, and it would most likely take hours to convince anyone that Fiona has Seb and for them to pursue her. Hours I don't have. I don't have many options right now. Ollie looks at me, waiting for me to make a decision. He's poised like a lion ready to pounce. If I give the nod, he could tackle Kenneth to the floor. A strong young man versus a weakened old one. No contest, now that Kenneth has dropped the knife. But I don't want to watch my son overpower him. I don't know if I can trust him, a self-confessed killer, a man who has lied to me, imprisoned me, but he is right. Time is of the essence here. We don't have a moment to spare. Every second that Seb stays in Fiona's grasp is potentially lethal. Kenneth Jones is grief-stricken, lonely, misguided. He's desperate, depressed, deranged. But he was a father. Is a father, because even death doesn't change that status. Whatever he's done, he understands what it means to be a parent and values that above everything. I believe him when he says he'll help me find my son. Chapter 51. Dan. Dan doesn't speak to the pilot or his lawyer as he climbs into the sleek-bodied helicopter. A friend of his father's was able to supply his private aircraft at short notice when the authorities, the lawyers, the police failed to do so. Money talks. Shouts, actually. He told his dad he's going to the UK to prove his innocence. He's told the police he's going there to prove his guilt. It hardly matters what he says to any of them. He's going because he has to do everything in his power to protect Kai's motherless boys. The rotor blades start turning, and they are deafening. He and his lawyer are handed intercom headsets so they can hear the pilot. The rotors whir, and it seems to take an age to get up to speed. The pilot asks air traffic control for permission to take off, and finally, clearance is given. Dan sits back and lets the overwhelming physical vibration take over his body. The speed of the vertical takeoff is such that he feels as though he is being pushed down into his seat. He's glad of the thunderous sound of the blades, which drowns out the possibility of making any sort of conversation. What have they to say to one another? His lawyer has already confirmed that they are heading to Lyme Regis. His request inevitably led to raised eyebrows and raised heartbeats. It has been agreed that he will be taken into police custody the moment they land. He doesn't care. His goal is getting the police to where he believes the boys are. His confession was apparently greeted with relief and delight, according to his clearly disgruntled lawyer. Dan imagines that the responses are Clement's and Tanner's, respectively. He keeps asking for information about Ollie and Seb, but no one will tell him where they are. He isn't sure if they don't know, or if they are simply refusing to give him that level of peace of mind. He gazes about him. Helicopters afford great visibility, which will be useful. He swivels his head, looking out of the front, the sides, down below his feet. He is determined to find those boys. Chapter 52. Kylie.
Kenneth drives at a frankly dangerous speed, considering the route is one of narrow hairpin bends and tight tracks. I'm already aware of this after our journey home from Lyme Regis yesterday, but this time I am glad of it. Even though for most of the journey we jolt in and out of potholes or seem to just narrowly miss hitting livestock and fences. When we arrive in the town, the streets are jam-packed with milling tourists, and the roads are so busy that traffic is virtually at a standstill. I can't imagine ever finding a parking spot. Ollie and I should get out. We could run faster, I say to Kenneth. I tense for a moment, scared that he might not agree to my suggestion, that he'll once again flip from someone trying to help me to someone trying to control me. However, he immediately pulls onto a stranger's driveway. I'm expecting that just Ollie and I will get out of the car, but Kenneth climbs out too and simply abandons the vehicle. I don't have time to argue with him. We push through the crowds, causing people to grumble and tut. One or two seem to purposefully jab their elbows into me as I run. What is wrong with them? Clearly I'm in trouble. Why won't they get out of the way? I don't bother to explain or apologize. There'll be plenty of that ahead of me, and I'll happily face it, but first I need to find Seb. There's her car! Ollie yells, pointing towards the water. I recognize it too, and my heart sinks. It's parked badly, right up at the water's edge, the boat trailer still attached. It's clear that my worst fear, that she's leaving the country, has been realized. A few obviously irate people are standing close to the car, grumbling because it has been inconveniently abandoned on the harbour ramp. It's causing an obstruction for others who want to launch small craft. I would kill for that to be my problem right now. A normal life, what a luxury. What shall we do? Asks Ollie. We'll take a boat and follow her, says Kenneth. Like steal one? Asks Ollie, somewhere between impressed and shocked. Kenneth shakes his head. I was once a trusted doctor. You must clock Ollie's expression because he almost laughs. I know, hard to believe, but people used to tell me where they hid their boat keys in case I ever needed to get to a patient in Charlton Undercliff or Charmouth Beach in a hurry. You saw the tourist traffic today, the roads are often blocked. I try to imagine Kenneth as he's describing himself, a once dependable member of this community, respected even, now ruined through grief. That one over there belongs to a former patient of mine. There will be a spare set of keys in a plastic box strapped underneath the bench in the hull. People round here don't change much. He sets off to the far end of the harbour at speed. I follow, no longer bothering to question whether he can be trusted or not. Despite everything he has put me through in the past 4 months, all the lies, trickery and deceit, I will accept any port in a storm, and undoubtedly this is a Category 3 shitstorm. He dashes towards a small flotilla of boats that are bobbing on the water and leaps confidently onto one. When he straightens up, he is brandishing the keys in triumph. Hurry up, he instructs. I step onto the boat, then turn to Ollie, who is hot on my heels. No way, no. You have to stay here, I instruct firmly. I'm coming too. No, it's dangerous. There isn't enough room, and you need to call your dad and the police. Tell them what's happening. Ollie looks torn, outraged at being left behind, but sensible enough to see that calling the police, getting help, is a priority. He glances up as he hears a helicopter. I use his momentary lapse of focus to shove him off the boat. He falls onto his backside, landing on the jetty. Kenneth starts the engine, and we move away before Ollie can get up. I'm sorry, I yell. He stares at me with shock and disappointment. I hope that soon he will find a level of understanding. I need to keep him safe. I can't trust Kenneth, Fiona, or the sea. I wish I had time to hug him again. I'll bring him back, I yell. In my head, I add, or I will die trying, but I don't articulate that bit. Kenneth is already pulling out of the harbour, cutting through the dark blue sea. I watch Ollie turn and start to run back towards the crowds. He stops everyone he meets, obviously asking for a phone. The third person he approaches hands him one. Kenneth draws my attention away from Ollie as he tosses me a life jacket. "Where's yours?" I ask. I have to yell to be heard above the engine and the waves. "There's only one. Put it on." I hesitate. "Don't waste time. I want you to have it," he snaps. There's something about his tone that feels similar to mine when I yelled at Ollie just now. It is born of concern. "Please," he adds more reasonably. His hair is blowing about in the wind. His face is creased with worry. I feel like a child. But not the child I was, constantly worried and old before my time. A child who is protected. Adopted after a lifetime of neglect. I put the jacket on. "Good." He nods, satisfied. "I think there might be some binoculars in that plastic box, if my memory serves me." I dig about for the binoculars and retrieve them. Then I start to scan the horizon. Chapter 53. D.C. Clements. Clements listens as the helicopter clatters above her head, a deafening, disconcerting sound. She remembers hearing the same sound last time she was near these shores. Back then, against her better judgment, she allowed a flutter of hope to beat in her chest. That time, she and Tanner had come to Lyme Regis to search Fiona's bungalow, and they had been doing so when they heard the helicopter. They had run towards the sound of it. Tanner had immediately called the station. He excitedly demanded to know what was happening. They had thought that... maybe... She recalls gasping with dread, hope, something primal. She had allowed Tanner to get ahead as she stopped to bag up the discarded wine bottle. She recalls being irritated that her thorough training had overridden her desire to race to whatever it was the helicopter had been called out for. Damn her good girl instincts. She had wanted to be the one to find Kylie first. She'd been prepared to discover a decomposing body at the bottom of a cliff. She'd wanted to protect Kylie's dignity, posthumously. And if by some miracle she had been lying injured at the bottom of the cliff, Clements wanted to be the first to calm and comfort. But she had stopped to bag up the bottle because it was the right thing to do, and Clements always did the right thing. It had only been a bloody dog in the end, anyway. She hadn't missed anything. A bloody dog. She wouldn't want you to get her wrong. Clements is as much of a dog lover as the next person. She's glad they'd rescued the overly adventurous labradoodle from the cliffside, but the disappointment that the copter was out for a dog, not the missing bigamist, had been like a physical blow. Back then, she'd only been on the case a couple of weeks, but Kylie Gillingham, rule breaker, law unto herself, had got under the officer's skin. And now, here she is, 4 months later, standing in a field just a few miles away from that clifftop, waiting for a different helicopter to land. Daring to hope again. For something different this time. Something not as illustrious. Not a chance of recovering a woman, a wife, a mother. That was snuffed out. But at least a chance of closure. Dan Jansen is going to show her where Kylie's body is. She sped here, blue light flashing, siren howling. Her obsession with the Kylie Gillingham case has in no way abated over these past months. If anything, it has intensified. This morning, she believed Fiona Phillipson to be the killer. She was convinced that finally the answer she had was the right one. She felt sure of it in a way she had never been when placing Dan Jansen under arrest. She had arrested him because it was the correct thing to do. There was a body of evidence that pointed to him. It would have been irresponsible not to charge him, take him to trial and put him in front of a judge and jury. But something always nagged her about the evidence. It seemed a little too neat for her liking. A little too complete. Yes, initially she was delighted to discover Dan's things at Fiona's place, especially after he had denied ever being there. But on reflection, it struck her that the items he had supposedly left behind at his love nest were too emphatic, too convenient. Boxers, a cufflink. Who wears cufflinks at a beach? How do you leave one behind but take the other with you? Clements had been trained to be logical and practical. The evidence was enough to create a case, but the nagging disquiet had not gone away during all these months when dealing with Janssen. Yes, he could come across as an arrogant tosser in interviews, privileged, entitled, and overly confident. He definitely presented a number of unlikable and unpopular traits, but she didn't think of him as a vicious killer. He seemed so exasperated, so insulted by the charge. Interestingly, his indignant insistence that the police were idiots for suspecting him, which made Tanner furious and determined to send him down, had the effect of convincing Clements that he was, indeed, innocent of this crime. Not innocent, per se, the man was far from that, but not a killer. Then, this morning, Tanner called with exactly the news the DC had been hoping for on some deep level. The bottle that she'd stopped to pick up on the clifftop turned out to be gold. It had Fiona and Kylie's fingerprints on it. Win. And forensics had also discovered traces of MDMA in the sediment in the bottom. There had been just a few drops of wine remaining, but enough to categorically define this beverage was something much more insidious than a matey tipple at a picnic. Then Mark Fletcher called and confessed that his boys might not actually be safe yet, that he hadn't seen them for himself, only that Fiona had told him they were okay and with her, but that he'd begun to doubt her honesty, her trustworthiness. Clements felt at once horrified and vindicated, certain that Fiona had killed Kylie. But how does that fit with Dan Janssen's lawyer calling just after Mark and saying Janssen had confessed to the murder and that he wanted to charter a helicopter to come to Lyme Regis so he could show the police where he'd buried her body? It doesn't, obviously. Clements feels disconcerted. These people. They are so damned tricky, so eternally slippery. 1 minute, she is sure she has the measure of them. The next, she is blindly stumbling around in a dense fog of uncertainties again. Why would Janssen confess to killing Kylie after all these months of denying it? She asks Tanner. Guilty conscience, he replies with a nonchalant nod. He is bouncing on the balls of his feet. He reminds her of a greyhound in a trap waiting for the off, dogged, tenacious. Clements shakes her head. Not disagreeing exactly, but certainly finding it hard to wholeheartedly acquiesce. I don't know. What if he didn't do it? Tanner looks confused. He likes to deal in certainties. But he said he did. And why did he insist we meet him here in Lyme Regis? To show us where the body is buried, apparently. But he could have just told us where he buried it. Clearly, he has a penchant for the dramatic, says Tanner, pulling a face that communicates he thinks the phrase penchant for the dramatic is contemptible, let alone the act. For the avoidance of doubt, he adds, twat. This man doesn't need to fight his way into the spotlight. It tends to find him, points out Clements. Tanner tuts impatiently at that. All men are, on some level, jealous of Dan Janssen. They envy his wealth, his height, his charisma. Clements is aware of that, even if Tanner isn't. And where does Fiona fit in? Mark Fletcher called to say he doesn't trust her.
Fletcher has just become anxious. He's overthinking things. I tell you, we'll get a call from the local copper soon saying he's at Fiona's place and that she and the kids are there, safe and well. I bet all three of them are eating ice cream or doing something equally innocuous.
I hope you're right. Tanner nods. He daren't say I am, although he wants to.
Jansen is the killer. He's confessed as much. End of. Fiona is just a daft mare who wants to make herself indispensable to the grieving widower, but has actually caused him added stress. We're so close now, boss, I'm telling you. Nearly there.
Tanner is shouting above the sound of the helicopter's blades as it gets nearer and louder.
Soon, all will be revealed.
Just put a call in to the local station, will you? Ask how they're getting on with the home visit. Clements regrets delegating that job. She was on her way to Fiona's house herself when Jansen's lawyer called and said that his client insisted that she meet him here. She had to prioritize. Jansen said he wouldn't deal with anyone else. Clements hates herself for feeling fleetingly flattered that he asked for her. She keeps telling herself that she is pleased because she's won the trust of the suspect, built a relationship with him, and that will help her solve the case once and for all. It's not that the hot villain is making her feel special. Still, she should have sent Tanner to Fiona's place, not outsourced it to the local copper. It would have been better to keep it in the team, but Tanner is so obviously keen to have his moment. He wants to be there when they find the body. She doesn't have it in her to deny him that. He has grafted on this case almost as hard as she has. Tanner makes the call to the local bobbies. He turns his back and walks away from the noise to do so. The moment he walks back to her, she knows from the expression on his face that something is up. What is it?
They were just about to call us. There's been a break-in.
At Fiona's?
Well, they think it's a break-in. The kitchen window is smashed.
The boys?
No sign.
Fiona? Tanner shakes his head. He pulls his mouth into a thin line, clearly unnerved. This info muddies his theory that everything is finally clean-cut. Any sign of a struggle? What did they see? Asks Clements.
I've asked them to send photos through so we can take a look ourselves. Suppose Fiona might be on her way back to London right now. The break-in could be a completely unrelated matter.
Do you believe that? Tanner sighs and admits,
No, I wish I did, but I don't.
We've called her several times today. Why hasn't she answered her phone? Why haven't the boys? The officers stare at one another, concerned, confused. The helicopter lands behind them. They start to run towards it, still hoping for answers. Chapter 54. Kylie.
Can you see anything?
Kenneth asks. I shake my head. There are countless yachts, dinghies, and motorboats racing, wending, and scooting about, but I can't see Fiona's. I've often stood on the shore and stared through binoculars trying to spot her, Mark, and the boys, or any combination, pootling in her aluminium boat. I'm good at picking it out. Often the sun glints on it, the reverse of a lighthouse. A beacon on the sea assuring me of safety. I recall happily waving to them from the harbour side, my only concern then whether or not they had applied sunscreen. The sea is a whirl of silver and shadow and unfathomable depth and breadth. It terrifies me. The plan of chasing Fiona now seems ridiculous. Where might she head? I ask him.
If she's thinking clearly, perhaps she'll follow the coast down past Dartmouth, maybe even through to Salcombe. Then she'll cross, heading towards Tregear. It's a quiet route, away from the containers and naval boats. It's probably the easiest area to cruise in the English Channel, with day sailing between ports available at all states of the tide. It's easy to navigate, straightforward pilotage.
says Kenneth confidently. I doubt Fiona has that level of knowledge about the sea paths, so I ask, "And if she's not thinking clearly?" He gives my question due consideration. "Well, she might decide she wants to stay away from the coast, in case she's spotted, so she might attempt a more daring crossing. As the crow flies, she'd be heading somewhere near Cherbourg. Southwest, and she'd be at Lannion. If she's prepared to sail a little further due south, she might get to Saint-Brieuc." Basically, you're saying we have no idea. "Is she a very good sailor?" "Adequate. She sailed as a kid and then picked it up again when we started holidaying down here." Kenneth wrinkles his forehead. "What? Tell me," I demand. "Can your boy swim?" "Yes, he's a good swimmer." He nods. "Well done. Good parenting making sure of that. Right now, I think most people in Britain would vote me worst mother in the country, so I feel the intention of his kindness, but I can't ignore what he's saying to me. I know enough from the small amount of boating I've done on holiday to realize this is a perilous trip. It's warm now, but what if the weather changes? It's already late afternoon. It will be dark in a few hours. You don't think she'll get to France? You think the main danger is her capsizing, don't you? Well, while things look busy right now, it's mostly just day trippers and pleasure seekers, so we'll leave them behind in a mile or so. COVID and lockdown means there will be far fewer ferries and ships coming and going, so the shipping lanes will be less challenging than usual. That's a good thing." I sigh. "Look, I don't think they're far ahead of us. The busybodies at the harbour said the car had just been abandoned. We have to hope to spot her." I appreciate he is trying to stay positive. "Have you crossed the channel before?" I ask. "Yes, many times when Stacy was young." "So not for a while?" "Not since she died. I haven't done anything much since then. But I'm confident enough I can keep you safe." "I'm not worried about myself." "I know you're not. But all the same." I nod, grateful. The boat slaps against the sea. People talk about boats bouncing along, as though the experience is akin to a child's jolly romp on an inflatable castle at a fairground. But the impact feels harder to me. It feels like the sea is flexing its muscles, reminding me how powerful it is, how endless. I shiver and blanch as water sprays up. I'm not dressed for this. I'm wearing a t-shirt and shorts. I'm already freezing. Why didn't Fiona make Seb put his wetsuit on? I constantly scan the horizon, concentrating hard, hoping to will the little boat into sight through the sheer force of my longing. On a couple of occasions, I trick myself into believing I've spotted it, but then realize it's a family of 4 or a lone male sailor in the craft. So when the moment finally happens, I barely trust myself. "I think that's her. That's her boat! Look! Look there!" I hand Kenneth the binoculars and steer for a moment or two while he takes a look. He spots the boat, nods, and then takes back the wheel. "Can we catch her up? Did you see Seb? I couldn't see Seb." "We just need to keep them in view. That's what's important now." "Please tell me you have a phone on you, Kenneth." He shakes his head. "A radio, then." "Your boy Ollie seems like a sensible, reliable kid. He'll have the police out here soon." "How will they know where to find us?" "You have to trust your luck," says Kenneth. I glare at him. Newsflash, I have issues with trust and luck, come to that. I'm not what anyone would describe as lucky. He smiles at me slowly. "You have a great sense of humor, Kylie. That's a lovely thing, but I beg to disagree. Many would say you have the luck of the devil." I don't respond. I don't know if he means that's a good thing or a bad. Surely it would be better to have angels on my side. Chapter 55. Dan. Dan has spent the entire journey scouring the scene below. Land, then sea, then land again. Watching as houses the size of Lego bricks take on some sort of individuality as the helicopter flies lower. He becomes particularly absorbed in what he can see as they near Lyme Regis. Of course, he is not a whimsical man. He doesn't expect to spot the boys dashing across the hilltops, darting from Fiona's evil clutches, but he wants to familiarize himself with the layout of the area. It will be useful to know what they will have to search. He sees countless barns and outhouses, stretches of dark woodland and jagged cliffs. There are a lot of places in which two boys could be hidden, then lost. They have about 4.5 hours before the sun will set. He's already checked. It sets at 21:36 here tonight. Searching in the dark will be harder, obviously, so they do not have much time. The question no one can answer is how much time do they need? They land on a field above the beach. Dan leaps out of the helicopter with a show of confidence. If deep inside he has any misgivings about the course he has chosen, he does not betray them. He walks directly to the gaggle of police and officials who are waiting for him. He searches out Clements. Tanner is by her side, holding a pair of handcuffs. He is wearing what can only be identified as a notably gleeful expression. Fuck him, thinks Dan. He does not bother to make eye contact with the junior officer as he says, I won't be putting those on. You don't get to call the shots, responds Tanner. Not anymore. You confessed to a murder. You'll do as you're told from now on. Dan stares through Tanner as though he hasn't spoken. He waits for his lawyer, who was slower to get out of the helicopter and had to dash to catch up. He's puffing. Of course, Dan's experience is that people are slower than him at most things. Dan speaks directly to Clements. I didn't kill her. I can't tell you where her body is. I lied to you to get you here. What the hell? Says Tanner. He throws back his head, a picture of exasperation and disbelief. Clements doesn't move her face or body a millimeter. Dan admires her composure. She asks, Why did you want to bring us here? Fiona did it. So you keep saying. She has the Fletcher boys. They're in danger. And she's here somewhere. It's my fault. I asked Ollie to spy on her for me. That's why he ran away from home. Stop talking. We need to have a private conversation, barks his lawyer. When did you speak to Ollie Fletcher? Asks Clements. We've been talking for a while now. Some weeks. Different forms of chat. I told Mark Fletcher to call you, but I didn't know if he would. I couldn't take the risk that he wouldn't believe me. He's involved with Fiona. He hates me. He might not see things clearly. I need a private word with my client, Dan's lawyer insists. No, you don't, replies Dan dismissively. I got you here the most efficient way I knew how. By lying again, retorts Tanner. By lying for the first time. Dan holds Clement's gaze. Here's my phone. You'll see all the correspondence between me and the boys. We game chat too. Ollie is Slayer 123, Seb is Get Wrecked AH. I am Golden Warlord. I can help you find records of all the conversations. That's not what's important now. What is vital is that Ollie has found something that proves Fiona's guilt. He told me he has incriminating evidence. What evidence? Asks Clements. Dan is relieved she is listening to him, that she hasn't instructed her lackey to put on the cuffs and send him away for wasting police time. He was banking on the fact that she's clever enough to know he's not the sort of man who wastes time, least of all his own. However, he regrets having to admit he didn't say exactly what he'd found. After telling me that much, he cut all contact. The police officers exchange a look. It's brief, and Dan can't quite identify it. Skepticism or concern? I firmly believe Fiona has Ollie and Seb. I am here to look for them.
Swooping in on your big white charger, are you? Asks Tanner, rolling his eyes.
The helicopter is black. Dan thinks it's beneath him to point that out. Mark Fletcher rang us, says Clements. I was on my way to Fiona's house when your lawyers called. Far from helping inquiries, you've complicated them. She might have been in my custody by now if you hadn't pulled this stunt. Dan has had enough women swear at him in his lifetime to know Clements is biting her tongue.
So go to her house now,
he suggests. She's gone.
The boys?
Gone too.
Well, what are you waiting for? We should be looking for them.
There's no we in this, comments Clements with a frustrated sigh. We are the law, and you are a suspect. We are not on the same side.
I think we are,
says Dan. Tanner looks like he wants to punch him, but then, unexpectedly, his face breaks into a wide grin.
Well, you've wasted your time doing the action hero bit, mate, because it looks like we've found them without you.
He points behind Dan, who turns and sees a police car stopping at the field edge and a boy emerging from it.
Ollie!
He is so relieved to see him, he doesn't even register Tanner's smugness. He immediately breaks away from the gaggle of officials and runs towards the lad. Clements and Tanner are hot on his heels, charging towards the teen.
Thank God! I thought Fiona had you. I'm so happy to see you, Ollie,
Dan shouts. He looks about excitedly for Seb. He's waiting for him to climb out of the police car too.
Where's your brother?
The relief that has just swamped his body starts to recede. Hope is like a faltering power source, easy to switch on and off.
Fiona has Seb. She has him, and she's sailing to France,
Ollie yells. His entire being oozes anguish. Take a moment. What can you tell us? Asks Clements.
They're on her boat. She's trying to get to France. She drugged him, tied him up. She's totally lost it. He was right.
Ollie jerks his head towards Dan. His expressions are mercurial. For a moment, his face was alert with the importance of the task of delivering the news. Now it collapses in fear.
But what if she can't get them there? She's in a crappy little boat. She's never sailed to France before. What if they capsize? What if he drowns? We've got the Coast Guard on it already, says the police officer escorting Ollie. The lad called us in 15 minutes ago, and we did that first, even before bringing him to you.
Good work, comments Clements.
And my mum is out there too, chasing them with some old geezer. I don't really know who he is.
Dan's world judders. Slows down. Maybe even turns backwards. All the laws of physics dissolve.
What?
He demands, in unison with Clements and Tanner.
She's not dead,
Ollie announces.
You're sure?
Dan daren't believe it. Not quite yet. He heard the boy's words, but he just can't allow his mind and soul to trust the news yet. He has to be sure.
You saw her? Your mum, Lee.
Ollie rolls his eyes, acknowledging even in this extraordinary moment that his mother isn't an average mum.
Lee Fletcher, a.k.a. Kai Jansen, yeah. I spoke to her. She rescued me. Fiona had me tied up. Mum smashed a window to get to me. She climbed across broken glass. That would fit with our local officer's report,
chips in Tanner. The euphoria now freely bounces through Dan's body. She is alive. He wasn't aware how much he was longing for this until now. He had not allowed himself to consider this possibility. Over these past few months, he thought his only desire was to avoid going to prison. In the last 24 hours, his sole hope has been that the boys were safe. He had not realized that on a deep level, in the fibre of him, the heart and soul, all he desired, all he hoped for was these 3 words. She is alive. He didn't dare think he could be this lucky, that such luck existed anywhere. He is surprised at himself and the world. She is alive, but at sea, giving chase in a boat. Ollie is staring at him, waiting for answers, wanting help. You can have my helicopter, Dan says to Clements, but I'm coming with you. I should come, says Tanner. Clements looks torn. She swiftly takes Tanner's arm, moves him to the side. Did you see his face when he heard she was still alive? Well, his charge will be reduced. Come on, don't be a prick, Clements teases. You're a married man. He loves her. You saw it. Tanner looks irritated. He knows what's coming. You stay with Ollie. Get a full statement. Stay in constant touch. I'll go with Jansen on the copter. Dan and Ollie are listening in to the conversation, though pretending not to. Ollie glances at Dan when Clement states her belief in his love. He looks curious. Dan tries not to react. Kai is married to the boy's father, after all. What is the proper reaction? He has no idea. But as he and Clements sprint towards the helicopter, he acknowledges that the DC is a bright, intuitive woman. He wants to punch the air. Chapter 56. Kylie. We're gaining on them, aren't we? Yes, we are a little, I think. Slowly does it? I initially urged Kenneth to give chase. He refused. Too risky. We don't want her doing anything stupid and putting Seb in danger. We just need to keep them in sight and not be noticed by her if at all possible. We should wait for help. But what if it doesn't come? It will. The sun will set, and it won't be possible to keep tabs on Fiona's boat when the light fades. Kenneth didn't respond to that, just glanced at the dusky sky. He knew I was right. Now he says, have a look in the box. See if there is a waterproof or a jumper or something. You're blue with the cold. My fingers are numb, and I struggle with the little plastic device that locks the storage unit. I suck my fingers to try to warm them up. I can taste the salt. I look around me. The sea is always described as blue, but it is not that alone. It is green, black, grey, silver. All the colours of the iridescent sea glass that lies in a pile in Kenneth's garden. I wish it was just one colour. That would make it seem more benign, more manageable. But it is not a colour. It is just a fractious mass that can absorb anything. How much fuel do we have? I ask. Kenneth looks uncomfortable. I don't know how he managed to fool me for so many months into thinking that an entirely other person's life was mine. Now he strikes me as utterly readable. How much? I demand. Not enough to get us all the way across the channel, he confesses. Oh my God. I didn't have time to check when we took the boat. I want to yell at him, accuse him of being careless, but I didn't check the fuel either. And so the responsibility isn't his to own. Besides, what is the point of blaming? Distributing blame in the middle of a disaster seems like a waste of energy. Better to think of strategy, next steps. Well, we can't stick with this plan then. If she has a full tank, we'll lose her and just end up drifting about waiting for rescue. She might not have a full tank either. And that's what you're counting on? No, we have to be more proactive. We have to try to rescue him. I'll hide on the floor and you can get close. She doesn't know who you are. She won't be alarmed. Then what will we do? I don't know. Please, I just need to see that Seb is okay. I think, when we are close, I will yell to my son, clamber into Fiona's boat, throw her to the damn fishes, but I don't say this to Kenneth because he might point out that it's unrealistic. He considers my suggestion. It might work, he agrees.
It would be good to check in on the boy. He accelerates, and I grab the side of the boat. No longer cold, but lit from the inside by determination.
Chapter 57. Fiona. Seb has not moved. She wishes he would come round now, even if it leads to awkward questions. She didn't account for how lonely and frightening the journey would be. She thought her seafaring skills were good enough, but now she thinks it would be nice to have someone reassure her that this is the case, someone to tell her that she is most likely going in roughly the right direction, that she is doing the right thing. Even a kid. Seb is the sort to always stay positive. She could do with a bit of his optimism right now. With her foot, she moves aside the blanket that is covering him, so she can see him while still steering. His lips are blue. He looks very pale. If he wakes up, he could have something to eat or put on some clothes. Maybe she should turn off the engine and take a few minutes to dress him in more layers. She didn't realize quite how cold it would be out here, and she has a wetsuit on. She didn't bring trousers for him, but that isn't her fault. Ollie hadn't packed any in his day bag, silly boy. She could only take what was there, a hoodie, a couple of spare t-shirts, and a cap. They will help. A lot of heat is lost through the head, everyone knows that. She would have taken the time to dress him earlier, but she couldn't risk being seen. This far out, that isn't likely to be a problem. When she first pushed off, she was irritated by the number of other boats in her way. She was nervous that someone might get a good view of her, so she put on her own cap and pulled it down low. But as she got further out to sea, the boats started to fall away, and now she's very aware of her isolation and conscious of how small the boat is. She's always thought of the English Channel as a sorry apology for a body of water, not as impressive as an ocean. The Atlantic or Indian, for example, or even the Mediterranean, which is always warm and inviting. She's regarded it as a grimy pathway that for centuries facilitated cruel wars and grubby trade, then, more recently, as an ephemeral chance for desperate illegal immigrants. She's never thought it grand or challenging. Now it seems plenty big enough. Too big, in fact. With the engine off, all she can hear is the sea hitting against the boat. Not even the sound of seagulls or an aeroplane overhead. She kneels next to the rucksack and digs about for Seb's clothes, then wrestles him into everything she has packed, which she can see now is not much. Not enough. The thought of starting all over again, a new life in France, scares her. They will need clothes, a house, food. His limbs are unyielding, and it's an awkward process dressing him. She recalls helping him dress as a little boy when they all went swimming together in the local pool, or when he'd spilt something down himself. Little kids seemed to eternally be in need of a fresh change of clothes. Then he would wriggle and chatter as she popped a t-shirt over his head. Now, his silent, stiff state is unnerving. As soon as she is in France, she will need to move her money from her high street bank to an offshore account before the police freeze her assets. She has no idea how to open an offshore account. She'll have to Google it. Of course, she can get a job, but doing what? Her French is passable, but not fluent. She'll probably have to work in a restaurant or clean. It doesn't matter what she does, anything to pay rent. They will be okay. In the absence of a conscious companion, she has to answer the questions she asks herself. Her mind bounces from bravado to doubt and back again every few minutes. She closes her eyes for a moment, tries to steady her thoughts, but it's impossible to think clearly. She's cold and hungry too. What will Seb do while she is at work? Well, he'll be at school. New schools are always hell. He's a nice kid. He'll make friends. How will he make friends? He doesn't speak French. She'll get him lessons. How will she pay for lessons? She'll teach him herself. She will be solely responsible for him, so they'll find a way. People do. Still, it's a lot. Is it too much? That thought surprises her. She's been desperate for someone to take care of for years now. That's all she's ever wanted, and now she has it. She has Seb. It is frustrating, frankly, how couples and people with families have no idea, no conception as to what it is like to be someone like her. They blithely go about their business. No, that's not right. Blithely suggests happily. In Fiona's experience, all these people do is whine. First, about the expense of weddings, the inflated price tags on flowers and champagne, and then the difficulty of getting reliable childcare. Next, they are grumbling that they have to invite the in-laws for Christmas, moaning that an extended family is so much work. They are forever complaining that they are exhausted balancing everything, running a home, looking after kids, pleasing a husband, succeeding in a career. On and on they grumble, instead of seeing that having everything is the dream. Of course, Fiona knows women who are 100% happy with being partnerless and childless. They call it partner-free and child-free. They usually have a lot of friends, pets, and interests. They often have great careers. She has a great career. She should have got a cat. Of course she can see the value in their worlds, these partner-free, child-free women. She admires them, envies them a tiny bit for their self-reliance and contentment. But it just isn't what she wants for herself. She wants connections. The sea is a lonely place. She is never good when she's on her own. She thinks too much. She pinches Seb's ear in the hope of rousing him, but it doesn't help. She longs for his eyelids to flutter. So, when she notices that the old man's boat is getting closer, she welcomes it. She has nothing to fear from being spotted by the salty old sea dog. He won't be able to see Seb lying on the floor of the boat. Just in case, though, she covers him with the blanket again. "Hello!" he yells, waving one arm high in the air. She waves back.
Hello?
"You're quite some distance out."
As are you, in that case,
she says with a laugh, but it's a little forced. Having welcomed his company, she is almost immediately irritated by it. People are always in each other's business now, especially since COVID. It's annoyingly intrusive. He'd be shocked, no doubt, if he knew she was planning on going to France. Over these past few months, people have been reporting one another for going to the park for more than an hour. "I'm turning back now," he says. "You?"
I think I'll push on a little further.
He nods, apparently willing to accept that she is free to do as she pleases. She's glad. Just what she needed. A brief, polite encounter, and not an overbearing busybody after all. But then, she can't believe her eyes. For a moment, she thinks she must have fallen asleep and is dreaming, or that she's hallucinating because she's under such pressure and hungry. Her eyes are playing tricks on her. Because right here, in front of her, Kylie rises like a kraken out of the hull of his boat. Back from the dead, loud and living, vicious and vital. "Give me Seb, Fiona. You can't have him. He doesn't belong with you." Chapter 58. Kylie. I just couldn't stay concealed in the hull of the boat. I've been hidden and lost for too long now.
It's a great moment, even in among all this fear and chaos. I take pleasure in seeing the shock on her face as I stand up. What's the matter, Fiona? You look like you've seen a ghost. She stares at me in shock and awe.
How is this possible?
She asks. How are you alive? Then she throws back her head and lets out an almighty howl of frustration. Her face is taut and twisted. I've seen Fiona angry on a fair few occasions, irate with ex-boyfriends or bosses, or even a shop assistant who refused to exchange a dress with a faulty zip, but I've never witnessed anything like this. She is consumed with anger. Her entire body is racked and writhing in crude fury. Her loathing towards me is palpable. I can touch it, taste it. You should be dead, she screams. You should be dead! You should be dead! I want to yell at her that no, I should not be dead. I want to taunt her and point out that I'm not that easy to kill, but I resist. I keep my voice low and try to stay calm so I can reason with her. Please, Fiona, give me Seb. You are not getting him, she spits. You can't always have your own way. You can't always have everything. Okay, not for me. Think of Mark and Ollie, I plead. It's dangerous out here. You won't make it to France, and even if you do, what then? The authorities will be waiting for you. It would be better if you give up now. Our boats are very close. While I've been talking and holding her focus, Kenneth has quietly edged towards her. We are now near enough that I can see the shape of Seb's body on the floor. He's covered by a blanket and not moving. The sight catapults any sense of calm I was trying to cling to far out of reach. Oh my God, Seb! My God, Seb! I yell. What have you done to him? I lurch forward, ready to leap into her boat and snatch him out of her grasp. I feel the impact before I understand what has happened. While I was caught up in the horror of seeing Seb's still and lifeless body, Fiona jumped to start her engine again. Wham! The sound is loud and echoes through this empty expanse, changing everything. She has rammed her boat against ours. I don't know if her act is one of thoughtless frustration, malice, or desperation, but it's ill-considered as she's risked both boats. It is the longest moment of my life. The two small craft seem to jump into the air, nose to nose. Fiona's boat flips. Ours lurches. I am knocked off my feet, as is Kenneth. As I slam into the side of the boat, I see him fall forwards over the stern, slip over the edge into the water. I reach for him, but roll backwards, further from him. Dizzy, I quickly scrabble to right myself. My head is bleeding, or maybe just wet. It's not clear. It doesn't matter. Fiona's boat is smaller than ours, and her stupid act of aggression has backfired. I watch as Seb is flung out of the boat and up into the air. Up, up. Too high he flies, as though he is bouncing on a trampoline. I expect him to react, to move, to dive. He doesn't. He soars in an arc, and then drops like a stone. He splashes into the sea and is swallowed. He doesn't gasp and start to swim, as I know he can. He doesn't push up to the surface. He simply sinks down. I watch in horror as his head disappears. Then his hand. Then there is nothing. Nothing. I yank off my life jacket and immediately leap in after him. With the jacket, I wouldn't be able to follow him underwater. I dive down. The water is black and freezing. I gasp. My instinct is to push back up to the top. I remember the nightmares about drowning that have haunted me these past months, nightmares that I now know are memories. Everything is blurred and blunted. Once again, my clothes are heavy and bloated. I kick hard. But this time I need to go deeper and not head for the surface. My lungs scream in protest. Survival instincts instruct my body that this is counterintuitive, but maternal instincts rule my heart and soul, and there isn't a moment's hesitation. It's hard to see anything underwater. I've always been the sort of person who closes their eyes when swimming below the surface, and it feels unnatural prizing them open, but how else will I find him? Something floats down next to me, and for one glorious, fleeting second, I think I have him, but as I reach out and grab at the object, I realize it's just a rucksack. I panic and gasp, take in water. I swim up to the surface, coughing and spluttering. I fill my lungs once again. I hear Fiona and Kenneth shouting. I don't care. I don't listen to what they have to say. I have one job. I dive down again. Then I see him, drifting, unconscious. I stretch towards him, propel my body in his direction. My fingers briefly touch his hoodie. With every ounce of physical and mental strength I have, I reach to grab him and haul him upwards with me. Kicking and spluttering, I break the surface for a second time. I hold Seb's head above water and, half swimming, half drowning, drag his limp body back towards the boat. Suddenly, Kenneth is next to me. He takes part of Seb's weight from me, and somehow, between us, we manage to manhandle him back onto the boat. Kenneth shoves me from behind so that I can get a purchase to clamber on board too. I turn and hold out my hand to him. "See to the boy," he instructs. I take hold of Seb's shoulders and vigorously shake him to see if I can rouse him. Nothing. So I lie him on his back and tilt his chin and head to help clear his airway. I lean over him and place my cheek near his mouth, hoping with every fibre of my soul to feel his breath. Nothing. I look along his chest, longing to see it rise and fall. Nothing. I pinch his nose, and keeping his head tilted back, I breathe into his mouth. I do this 5 times. Still nothing. I put both hands together, one on top of the other, and firmly push down, right in the center of his chest. I press, and I pray.
Chapter 59. D.C. Clements.
There they are! Over there, to the right!
Of course, it is bloody action hero Dan who spots the boats first. It's a good job Tanner isn't on the chopper. He'd be very narked. Clements is just so bloody relieved.
"Can you get lower?"
she asks the pilot. Her stomach is in her mouth as the helicopter immediately drops. She doesn't acknowledge the lurch. At least the pilot recognizes her authority. The sea below quakes in response to the gusts made by the whirling propeller, although the water is already agitated because there has been an incident between the craft. That much is obvious. One boat is upturned.
"Whose boat has flipped?"
asks Dan, obviously alarmed. None of us know. The light is beginning to fade, but the helicopter is equipped with search beams. Clements quickly assesses the scene. She needs a count of 4, 1 child, 2 women, 1 old man.
"Someone is in the sea," she reports. "Is it Kai?"
Dan demands. The DC sort of likes it that he can't keep his cool, that he shows how much he cares. She must keep her cool, though. That's her job.
"It's a woman,"
she confirms. They watch as the woman tries to right the upturned boat. She makes a number of attempts. Again and again, she heaves and strives, but to no avail. The boat slaps back onto the water, still the wrong way up. She must hear the helicopter approach, but this doesn't seem to reassure her, as Clements would expect. She seems more frantic, not less, and starts to swim away from the boat. An irrational move.
"Fiona,"
says the DC with a sigh.
"She can't think she's going to outswim us when we're in a helicopter, can she?"
She watches the woman flail about in the sea. A woman who fell into hate and horror, self-righteousness and entitlement. She's seen so many criminals who've basically stamped their feet at the world and yelled, "It's not fair!" then tried to make it fair by stealing, fighting, cheating, or killing. Idiots.
Where's Seb? Where's Kai?
Dan demands.
Are they in the other boat? Suggests the DC, pointing to the second boat, which is drifting further from the upturned craft. Get more light on the other boat! Dan yells. The pilot turns the chopper to shine the search beam into the second craft. There is a woman crouched in the hull, but she doesn't look up and starts signaling to them. Instead, she is focusing all her energy on something underneath her. That's her, isn't it? Clements can't believe she is finally clapping eyes on the infamous, elusive Kylie Gillingham. Her heart lifts for a fraction of a second, and then plummets. She's trying to revive him. Who, Seb? She nods sadly. Let down the rope ladder, Dan instructs.
Are you going to shimmy down, then fling them both over your shoulders and climb back up again?
Clements asks, with a note of sarcastic incredulity.
If I have to,
he says firmly, his mouth set. Chapter 60. Dan. He's seen this stuff in movies, but now he's discovering that it's a lot harder in real life than they make it look. It's terrifying. Not because of the sway of the lightweight rope ladder, or the thunderous roar of the propellers, or even the fact that the stable webbing of the ladder, designed to aid climbing, is slick with spray from the waves and therefore hideously perilous. It's terrifying because he might not succeed. He might not save the child's life, or his wife's life, and the thought is horrific. He has spoken to her, yelled instructions, gestured for her to climb the ladder, but Kai has refused to leave Seb in the boat alone. She can't carry him. She's not strong enough. He knows that the DC was being sarcastic when she suggested he fling one of them over each shoulder, but he was totally serious. He'll do anything he has to, everything he can. Obviously, he can't carry them both at once, but he descends the ladder with the intention of persuading Kai to ascend first if he follows with Seb. Their reunion is a strangely sharp, practical exchange. He tells her that the pilot assured him that the ladder is designed so that just about anyone with any ability can use it to ascend or descend from a helicopter. I'm not scared of climbing the ladder, Dan. I'm just not going to leave him alone. You carry him up first, and I'll follow when I know he's safe. We have to get him to safety. He has to be okay. Dan doesn't argue with that. Chapter 61. Mark. The nurses like Mark. He can sense as much, and he basks in it. It's nice to feel approved of, after everything. Considering everything. They have been so gentle and sympathetic towards him this past week, as he sat on the skinny, hardback chair by Seb's bedside, surrounded by tubes, trolleys, and a faint smell of disinfectant. He tried to be self-contained and self-controlled, as Seb lay unconscious because of the near-fatal amount of drugs Fiona had administered and suffering from hypothermia, as well as the effects of nearly drowning. He never once gave in to hysteria or depression. He held his son's hand and silently and sincerely put all his energy into willing him to get better, as well as reassuring Ollie that that would happen. He listened to his child's breath rasp and lumber through his small chest. His skin waxy, the same colour as the bedsheets. His eyes closed. Mark was oblivious to the other sounds of the hospital. A nurse's feet clip-clopping along the corridor, an orderly talking to a patient in a squeaking wheelchair, the teen girl in the bed opposite occasionally laughing at the podcast she was listening to. He was deaf to everything, other than the ping and hum of Seb's machines. He didn't allow himself to roar or blame or catastrophize. He simply hoped. And it worked. Seb is on the mend. He will make a full recovery. He will be going home soon. He'll be back to shouting excitedly at his video game kills, moaning that Mark's cooking is pretty awful, and leaving muddy football boots in the kitchen. Mark can't wait. He's never been happier. He finds himself being boisterous and playful. After months of feeling doomed and depressed, he luxuriates in feeling effortlessly up. One or two of the nurses have commented that he's nice to have around, that he lifts the mood of the ward, cheers up the other sick kids. He's talked to the teenage girl about her podcast now, as has Ollie at length. It seems Ollie quite fancies her, which Seb is delighted by, as he considers himself an official matchmaker.
It isn't always easy for parents to shake off their kids' ill health, even after they've been lucky and recovered,
comments his favourite nurse, Dawn.
Many are left with heightened anxiety. You are doing really well.
Life is for living. I'm not going to waste another moment,
replies Mark. The nurses don't like Lee much, though. That's apparent. Mark has seen the faces they pull when she calls the ward to ask how Seb is. She isn't here at his bedside as much as he is, although that's not her fault. Due to COVID rules, they only allow one visitor in at a time. He and Ollie take the lion's share of the available slots, naturally. Anyway, she has spent a fair amount of this past week answering police questions, giving statements, explaining where she's been these last few months. They have been ships passing in the night. It's probably for the best. The papers are still wild for info about the case. The police are trying to keep a lid on the details, at least until Fiona comes to trial. Her lawyer is saying the jurors will all be prejudiced against her, even before they hear the facts. Frankly, Mark can't imagine it matters whether the jurors have read the sensationalist and salacious details. It seems to him it's open and shut. Finally, something about his life that is categorical. Fiona has confessed to everything. He doesn't know if her near-death experience in the English Channel finally shocked some sense into her and made her take responsibility for the pain and horror she's inflicted, or whether it's more the case that she can't avoid the blame any longer. There's a difference. Anyway, it doesn't matter to him. A confession is a confession. The list of her crimes is long. In no particular order, he reels them off to himself in his head. Kidnapping, abduction, false imprisonment, attempted murder, illegal drugging, assault. Other charges may yet come to light. They will throw away the key. Lee has asked if she can talk to him. He's not sure whether he's ready for that yet, or, honestly, whether he ever will be. What should he say to her? What does she want to say to him? He is sure of one thing. He doesn't want any more drama. Categorically, no more tears, scenes, or rows. There has been enough of that to last a lifetime. However, Ollie and Seb have pleaded for him to hear her out. She's spoken to both of them a lot this past week. Whatever she said was what they needed to hear. Both boys call her Mum again. So for their sake, he's agreed to meet her. Chapter 62. Kylie. It is pouring. The needles of rain fall with relentless determination. People speak of it being good for the gardens and a relief after the long, hot summer. No one seems ready for it, though. People are wearing flip-flops as they splash through puddles in the hospital car park. Summer dresses are barely protected by flimsy waterproofs. A hire car that smells strongly of antibacterial spray isn't an ideal place for a reconciliation, but we're both conscious that we don't want to leave Seb's side for any longer than we have to. He's not on his own, of course. Ollie is with him. And the nurses are vigilant, but nonetheless, the idea of driving even to the closest cafe is out of the question. We both feel anxious if the boys aren't being guarded. A cafe would have been unsuitable anyway. We need privacy. As we get into the car, we both check over our shoulders. We're behaving like an adulterous couple sneaking about, trying to see one another in secret. But in fact, we're not on the lookout for suspicious or irate spouses. We're trying to avoid journalists with long lenses. The air inside the car is overheated and stale. I open a window and rain immediately pours onto my arm and lap, so I close it again quickly. Can we take our masks off? I ask. Wearing them is a totally understandable requirement in the hospital, but I feel there are enough barriers between us right now. Mark must think the same, as he comments,
Literally or metaphorically?
I sigh and remove the little blue mask. Both, I suppose. He nods and takes his off too. It's the first time we've been up close and personal with one another for months. He's still immediately attractive to me, but I'm struck by how tired he looks. I can see what he has endured. He's obviously studying me, and is probably shocked by what he sees too. I wear my ordeal. He tactfully comments,
You suit the pixie cut.
It's not a fashion choice. I grin, shyly touching the back of my bare neck.
Yeah, I heard some of that crazy stuff. The old man who abducted you did that to you, right? He wanted you to think you'd had chemo or something. The DC told me.
Mark shakes his head.
It's a lot to take in.
You believe me?
Yeah, of course. Even you couldn't make that up.
Thank you. I'm relieved. Glad of that, at least. I have been wondering how much he'd trust me.
I heard he drowned,
He adds. I nod, tears stinging my eyes as they do every time I think of Kenneth's death.
You're not upset, are you? The man was obviously a head case. He abducted you.
He saved my life, too. Twice. And he helped save Seb's. I can't forget that. My feelings towards Kenneth will strike other people as odd. I know that. But then again, I don't have a track record of conventional emotions. I loved two men simultaneously and equally, although differently, for years. People struggle with that. And Kenneth, well, I think of him with a strange mix of love and regret, sadness and gratitude. For a brief time, he was the father I wanted. He loved me in a way that made me feel valued, whole. Although I realize now that he didn't really love me. He loved his dead daughter. But still, for a time, I benefited from that. I'm grateful that I experienced it. He wasn't well. He was grief-stricken and desperate. His behavior was eccentric, but I find not unforgivable. People are complex. He was only on the boat because he was trying to help. He ultimately sacrificed himself for me and for our son. Is there a greater love? I don't think so. Mark blushes. I knew he would. He's always had a propensity to colour up. The boys do too. I've missed this comfortable state of knowing a person so well you can predict how they might respond. I've missed it, and I've also destroyed it. I might be able to guess when Mark will blush, but I'm not confident I can predict his responses, feelings, or actions on a wider scale anymore. For a few months, I really thought he was my father. I believed I was someone else, a much-loved daughter who had been cosseted and adored. It was nice. I shrug. That's gone now. It was never true. Never mine. Kenneth helped me and Seb into the boat. And I was so concerned about reviving Seb, I just forgot about him. Can you believe that? I murmur. The guilt and shame burns behind the back of my eyes. So it's complex, how I feel about him. I get it. I understand. It's sort of how I feel about you. The colour in his cheeks deepens. I mean, you ruined my life. Cheated and betrayed on a colossal scale, but you did risk everything to save Seb. Of course. Seb should never have been in danger, and never would have been if it wasn't for me. I agree, he says shortly, his tone scolding. What are we going to do, Mark? Do? He seems surprised that action is required, that a plan must be made. That's very like Mark. He waits to see what happens to him. Normally I do the planning. But now I am in his hands, and he must decide what happens next. A role reversal that makes us both uncomfortable. I'm their mother. He draws his mouth into a thin line. I know he holds all the cards. If we go to court, I wouldn't have a chance of winning visiting rights, let alone custody, not considering everything. I never officially adopted them. We never felt the need. I regret that now, as I have no legal claim. If we divorce, I'm their ex-stepmother, nothing more. I understand that Mark has filed for divorce. I think there is a chance that Ollie and Seb would still want to see me. We've talked a lot these past few days, and they both still love me. I'm sure of that. But they are also angry and confused. They have questions. A lot more talking is needed. I must win back their trust, and I'll only be able to do so with Mark's help. If he works against me, the boys will suffer. They will be torn. He could easily nurture their resentment and mistrust. I need him to work with me, but it's a lot to ask. The thing is, I don't need this, he says. I take a sharp inward gasp, shocked and frightened that he's said the opposite of what I was hoping to hear. You drain me. When I'm not with you, I'm bigger and brighter. I want to deny it, but I look and see that his skin is grey. There's grey in his previously raven-coloured hair, too. He seems bleached and faded by everything that has happened. He needs to find life's colour again. And I hate it that this man I once loved so deeply is less because of me.
I don't need all this that you've brought to us,
He goes on firmly.
So much mess and pain. I can't cope with it. It's all too much. You are too much. I can't forgive you.
I nod, because his position is understandable. We both stare through the windscreen. The rain drums down, blurring our vision.
Why wasn't I enough for you?
His voice scratches, husky with emotion. It's a question I have asked myself often. Was I greedy? Was he lacking? Could I have resisted Dan? Should I have? Who is at fault? I wonder how I can most honestly answer him, because he does deserve that. Finally, my honesty. You always gave the impression that ever since Francis died, you spent your life making do.
What do you mean?
You behaved as though you didn't feel entitled to good things, the best things, or you couldn't be bothered to reach for them. I don't know, but I don't believe you ever really wanted me. You married me simply because I was handy, and to have someone to co-parent with.
That's bullshit, Lee. I loved you.
Maybe to an extent, but I was second best, and we both knew it. You didn't choose me. If she hadn't died, you'd never have looked at me. You married me to shield yourself. You didn't want to bring the boys up alone. He drops his gaze to the floor.
I didn't think I could do it.
His confession is heartbreaking. It is the crux of our marriage and of his own lack of self-worth. You could have, I say gently. But you hid behind me at parents' evening, at doctor's appointments, at family dinners. You didn't want to get involved. I laugh sardonically. In the final analysis, I think you married me to avoid the hassle of playdates.
No, Lee, that's not it. I loved you, but... Sod it, why am I the one justifying myself? You were the one who secretly married another man.
He has a point. My actions are indefensible.
Besides, even if there was an element of convenience in my marrying you, you loved being their mother. The role I handed you was one you wanted.
I did. I do. But what I'm trying to explain isn't about me and how I felt in relation to them. It's about you and what you expect from life. And you don't expect enough. I think I was make-do, and I'm certain your brief dalliance with Fiona was the same. He blushes again at the mention of Fiona. Embarrassed? Angry? It's sad. A pity. I hope you learn to do things differently with the rest of your life. I hope you begin to think you are entitled to the very best, and that you have the courage to go out and get it.
What do you mean?
He raises his voice. I notice an old couple paying for parking nearby cast a glance our way. When you're hungry, you go to the nearest newsagent and buy a slightly stale sandwich that has sat on a shelf for too long because it's the nearest thing to hand. You mindlessly swallow it down, not expecting taste or even nutrition.
And I suppose Dan would find a Michelin-starred restaurant.
His comment is snippy. I don't respond, because the answer would hurt. Yes, Dan would find a restaurant.
Look, Lee, I want to be clear. You are not choosing him over me because I'm not giving you the choice. I don't want you.
He thinks he's hurting me by rejecting me, and of course he is. But I'm pleased he's got this level of clarity and self-respect. It's what I want for him. Besides, the idea I might still choose between them hasn't even entered my mind. Mostly, I've been concerned with staying alive. And during the police interviews, I've been busy with the thought of staying out of prison. The only emotional matter I've allowed myself to consider is whether I have a chance of retaining my boy's love. It's an audacious thought that there might still be a choice between my husbands. A chance with either of them seems out of the question. The thought is served up and dashed in the same instance. Of course, I murmur. I'm glad he's not settling. In this instance, I am the slightly stale cheese sandwich.
We're done,
He says.
understand? We're at the end of everything. Our family, our history, your lies, and certainly the fanciful analogies about sandwiches. I don't need this crap.
The boys? He stares at me, his eyes so deep they are black.
You are their mum. That doesn't change.
I let out a sigh of relief. The air leaves in a rush, and I feel lightheaded. My heart races. Thank you. Chapter 63. Kylie. Mark gets out of the car and heads back into the hospital. I watch as he puts his mask on, turns up his collar, and then forces his hands into his jeans pockets. He drops his shoulders, pushes forward through the rain. It's a stance I recognize from the hundreds of times I've seen him step out the door, hunched against the elements, as he set off to work in the rain or wind. I keep my eyes on him as he shrinks and then disappears through the hospital doors. Then I rest my head on the steering wheel. I'm alive, and I'm going to be able to see my boys. I'm going to be able to mother them. It's a lot better than I could have imagined for a while. I am so grateful. So lucky. Yet a part of me still feels like hell. My marriage is over. I destroyed it. The air feels clouded with failure. I nearly jump out of my skin when someone knocks hard on the passenger window. You okay? It's DC Clements. She isn't holding a brolly or wearing a coat, but nor is she hunched against the rain. She seems completely unfazed by the fact that it is still pouring. She looks concerned, but capable as ever. Such an interesting woman. Over these past few days, when she's been interviewing me, I've come to respect and admire her. She's bright, thorough, tough, and yet compassionate. I found it easy to be completely honest with her, to unburden myself entirely of all the secrets I have kept for years, and the ones that have been thrust upon me recently. She patiently listened to my backstory, but obviously wanted to concentrate on the investigation. I've told her everything I can about Fiona and the first abduction. I gave a detailed account of the night Fiona brought me to the coast and pushed me into the sea. I've told her everything I can about Kenneth, how I trusted him, but that I was mistaken because he tricked me, held me against my will, and how he finally helped me. She didn't rush me or dismiss me. She didn't roll her eyes and make sarcastic comments about me meeting my match in duplicity the way the younger male officer did. It was her calm ability to absorb, It meant I even told her that Kenneth had confessed to me that he'd killed his daughter. I don't know if it's true, or if it matters now that he is dead too, but that's what he said. She said she'd follow it up. Right now, she is exactly the person I want to see. I lean across and open the passenger door. She climbs in, raindrops falling from her hair and nose. She shakes herself like a dog. You all right? She asks. Tough day, I admit. Do you ever have any other kind? She roots in her pocket and pulls out a twirl. Will chocolate help? Always. I take it from her and open the packet, bite into the sweetness. I wasn't sure if Lee or Kai ate chocolate, she muses. They both do. I do. I'm not separate people, I just had separate lives. Because it was the only way, I say with a hint of impatience. It's not like schizophrenia or dissociative identity disorder or anything like that. Just teasing. Don't take offense. The DC looks out of the window, scans the grey parking lot. I saw Mark heading back into the hospital. He looked upset. We're both upset. I cause upset. That's my forte. She's not going to allow me to be self-indulgent. I agree. It's one of your many party tricks. She grins at me, and it's impossible not to smile back. You know, it was really wonderful for a while, I confess. I don't think I've ever admitted that to anyone. It's too scandalous and selfish, but I flatly lay the truth out for her to examine. Clements invites confidences. She must be brilliant at her job. I can imagine, she says carefully. They saw the best of me. I was a near-perfect woman for both of them. I think women try too hard to be perfect. Men, not hard enough, she comments with a sniff. Well, now they both know the worst of me. Everyone does. It can't be easy. It's a bit like going on a date and them discovering US Spanx. She nudges me in the side with her elbow, smiling sympathetically. Mark said I can still see the boys. I think that's pretty generous of him considering everything. Well, that's good. She pauses. During my interviews and debriefs, I've got used to her rhythm. I can recognize when she needs to tell me something important. What is it? We followed up on your hunch. And? Yes, Stacey Jones was buried under the sea glass bed. Oh, Christ, I gasp. We've identified her officially. Dental records and such. We're trying to find the mother. There are people in the village who will want to bury her properly. Will you let me know when that happens? You're going to go? The DC is incredulous. I think Kenneth would want me there. She nods. I get the sense she's an old-school sort of copper who understands duty and is devoting her life to responsibility. What are you going to do next? Well, a lot depends on if I go to prison or not. I raise my eyebrows. I don't think anyone will be pushing for that. You'd make a good private detective. You think? Yeah, with your twisted mind. You could even join the force. If the Crown doesn't prosecute your bigamy, which I think they may not, there isn't much hunger for it. Technically, you'd have a clean record. You think I'm suited? Mind of a criminal, attention to detail, tough as old boots. You'd be perfect. I can't tell if she's joking. I'm meeting Dan next. We didn't get to talk the night of the rescue. I asked to speak with him because I owe him my thanks and apologies. How do you think he's going to react? Well, obviously, he must hate me. There's nothing obvious about Dan Jansen, says the DC with a soft smile. I realize that she, too, has fallen for his irresistible charm. It smarts, knowing that this man, who everyone desires on some level or other, was once mine. He's very proud. I've taken a sledgehammer to his ego publicly. He'll never get over the humiliation. He'll never forgive me. Well, there is a school of thought that says if you get all your shit out in one day, at least it's over and done with, says Clements. Do you believe that? No, not really. I think every day can be pretty shit and it's impossible to get it all out ever. She looks at me with curiosity, or pity, or something else that makes me uncomfortable. I must seem very frivolous to her. A woman who spends her days tracking down society's stains, drug dealers, paedophiles, murderers. Well, good luck. And goodbye for now. There will be paperwork, family liaison officers. We'll be in touch. The DC opens the car door and dashes out into the rain, off to make the world a tiny bit better. Chapter 64. Kylie. Dan messages me and says that he won't meet me in my car in the hospital car park. It's too depressing. He says he'll be at the Pig Hotel in Coombe. I'm not due to visit Seb until tomorrow, so I drive to the Elizabethan manor house that has been converted into a luxurious hotel with a relaxed twist on a private members club vibe. It smells of lilies and roses, and there is a long, glamorous bar behind which bottles of every colour and shape imaginable shimmer temptingly. He's arranged for us to have private use of the saloon that is known as the library. Coffee or cocktails? He asks, after politely kissing me on both cheeks. I know this is not a sign of any particular affection, just an automatic greeting that he rolls out for everyone. Still, I take advantage of the moment. I breathe him in, lean into the essence of him. Drink it up while I can. I'll have an Americano, I tell the smart, earnest young man who is hovering close by, keen to take our order. I'll have a Bloody Mary and don't be shy with the Tabasco, says Dan. He glances my way, his eyes communicating the fact that he thinks my choice is duff. He always thinks he can make a savvy guess at what a person might like or need better than they can themselves. Are you sure you won't join me? He's right. I do want a Bloody Mary. Make that too. Cancel the coffee, I tell the waiter. We sit in silence for the guy to return with the drinks. I stare at the open fire. As it crackles and pops, I realize that the silence isn't awful. It's surprisingly comfortable considering the magnitude of the conversation that is brewing. Somehow, the familiarity between us trumps the awkwardness at a profound level. Being comfortable has stayed out of reach for me this past week. I've shuttled between hard visiting chairs in the hospital and the lumpy bed in my B&B. Now I fall back into the deep sofa, allow the warmth of the fire to soothe me, and choose to wallow in Dan's company for the last time. I allow myself to remember our beginning. A lean, tanned, blonde stranger. A slow smile from a coiled, ready-to-spring man wearing a crisp white shirt, a dark blue tailored suit. He offered me a roach, and I took it, my first time. The rules were thrown out of the window, Tall and powerful, he was easy to follow. There was a glamorous rooftop bar and an instant, urgent sexual attraction, the sort that is as uncommon as hen's teeth and as coveted as the elixir of eternal life. He sparkled. He climbed inside me mentally. Then physically. The drinks arrive, snapping me out of my reminiscing. We clink glasses, the automatic gesture of people who have been familiar with one another's company for 4 years. Neither of us is stupid enough to ask what we are drinking to. He waits. He might have chosen the venue, but I called this meeting in the first place, and naturally, he wants to hear what I have to say. I wanted to thank you. My voice scrapes in my throat. It's not reluctance. I want my thanks to be full and sincere, but I'm struck once again by how awfully everything could have ended. What for? You came to find Seb and Ollie. You were prepared to be arrested to save them. You are fearless, and your fearlessness saved them and me. Thank you. He waves his hand nonchalantly, as if to say it's nothing, but I see pleasure shoot through his face for a fraction of a second before he manages to pull it under control. He loves being praised. He just doesn't like anyone knowing he needs validation. I simply wasn't prepared to go to prison, he says. I did scramble around for alternatives, and I pursued those avenues as ruthlessly as it was possible, remotely through your sons. I didn't plan to come to the UK. If I could have avoided it, I would have. You were fearless, and I am grateful. I insist. I was driven. Don't confuse that with fearless. I was bloody terrified. Initially, terrified that I would go to prison for your murder. Then, terrified that I had embroiled a pair of kids and put them in danger. He takes a sip of his drink and then adds, They're good kids. They are. His refusal to allow me to flatter him acts as a solid wall that repels intimacy. Well, thank you anyway. Whatever the reason, the fact is, your unremitting determination won the day. I've always loved that about you. His eyes dart to meet mine. They are challenging, accusatory. Bringing the word love into our conversation is a pushy move. I didn't plan on doing so. It just slipped out. He stares at me for a second, and then throws his head back and laughs. You're the fearless one, Kai. I've never met anyone so damned plucky. I can't say that I've always loved that about you, though. Oh. I fight the pinch of disappointment. I've only just learned it about you. That is so Dan. I was hoping that he would throw a compliment my way to match the one I gave him. I thought I wanted him to say, I've always loved that about you too. But his revelation that he's learnt something new about me is a bigger and better response. He is always, in some way, bigger and better than I can imagine. That is why I ache for him. And probably always will. It hurts too much to give space to my longing. Instead, I decide to ask his opinion on something I've been wondering about. Why did Fiona set you up? It seems especially spiteful and complicated. Wouldn't she have been better just leaving the case open? It would have been less risky. By trying to frame you, she provoked you into discovering her guilt. She hates me. Because I betrayed Mark for you? He laughs out loud again. I'm surprised at how joyful he seems. It's not always about you, Kai.
She hates me because I betrayed her.
I burn a little. What?
I had sex with her when you and I were married.
I see.
She didn't know I was married and was not pleased when she found out.
Right.
Sorry.
He shrugs. I take a big gulp of my Bloody Mary. Just processing, but sorry for which bit exactly?
All of it. I'm sorry that I was part of what made her so fucking mad, and sorry that I wasn't faithful to you.
Okay. I wasn't expecting this.
There were a couple of other women. When you were away, supposedly looking after your sick mother.
He rolls his eyes at this.
I didn't have a harem, but, you know.
He breaks off, preferring not to have to articulate his need for variety, or simply his lack of discipline. And here was I thinking our sexy phone calls and access to porn might be enough, I say. He shrugs. He doesn't think I'm owed any further explanation, which I suppose is true. It's almost a relief, I admit.
What?
Now it is his turn to look surprised.
Well, I'm no saint, obviously.
This sort of evens the score a little bit.
You are unbelievable.
Good unbelievable, or bad unbelievable. And I can't help it. I look at him and I know my eyes are glinting with a hint of flirtation, a hint of hope. Because there is, isn't there? There is something here I didn't expect or even dare hope for. There is the faintest murmur of a possibility.
I don't know yet,
he replies carefully.
Okay, so it's your turn.
I did come here to apologize.
Obviously.
He waits. I'm sorry. He takes a big theatrical gulp of his Bloody Mary.
Just processing, but sorry for which bit exactly?
I can't help it.
I laugh out loud too now. Despite all the pain and suffering, the fear and danger that I've seen, hearing him play my words back to me is just funny. Life is marvelous that way.
There is always hope.
All of it,
I declare.
I'm sorry for the whole damn messy business, and yet for none of it, because I wouldn't have missed out on my time with you, not for the world.
This comes out in a gush. He stirs his drink with his celery stick and considers what I've just admitted.
You are the most complicated person I have ever met.
I'm sorry about that too.
I'm not. Well, I am a bit. I mean, I'd like a somewhat quieter life, but I'm not entirely averse to your complications. I'll say that for you, Kylie Gillingham. You are never dull.
Am I hearing this properly? I hardly dare ask, but it would be the biggest mistake of my life if I let this possibility of a possibility disappear. Is there anything still?
Yes. There is something.
He leans forward and tilts my face to his.
You know, point of interest. You haven't asked my forgiveness.
I didn't want to ask in case you didn't give me it, I admit.
Very wise. You can get the next drink in, though. You do at least agree you owe me a drink.
Yes, I agree with that. But we can't drink and drive. That's dangerous. He nods. It's lucky I booked us a room then. And there it is. This thing we have. Whatever it is. His confidence, his expectancy, my complexity, my spirit. Our desire, our compatibility. It's all right here now. Every time I have ever been with him, I have thought it was the last time, and I valued it all the more for that. Then I came to accept that we have always been together, even when we were apart. The presence of him stayed in my head when I was pushed off that cliff, when I was given a new identity, when I nearly drowned. He is with me on my hips and breasts, between my legs, in my soul, throbbing, pulsing like life itself. He doesn't go away. He doesn't fade or leave me. So this time, I don't think it is the last time. This time, I think it is the first.
Hello. Well, if you have read Woman Last Seen, you will know that Two Dead Wives picks up the story of Kylie, Mark, Dan, and Fiona. If you didn't read it, the exciting thing for you is that you can now go back to find out what led Kylie to marry two different men in the first place, which is a whole other story. I never planned to pen a sequel to Woman Last Seen. I rather liked leaving the ending ambiguous. I thought my readers might have some fun deciding whether Fiona's plan to frame Dan would work, or whether they thought she'd trip up and be found out by the clever DC Clements. I purposefully did not write a scene where there was a dead body washed up on the shore, or, for that matter, a live one, because I thought it was an interesting play with my readers. Depending on their level of optimism, they could choose to believe whether Kylie had survived or not. My sister read an advance copy of Woman Last Seen and called me to say she thought it was my best book ever. This was such a lovely, gratifying call. However, she was outraged that Kylie had been through so much and had not survived. I was surprised by this. I thought she would be in the camp that believed on some level that Kylie had created her own mess and had to be punished for it. I said, well, you can decide if she's alive or not. No, I can't, my sister snapped, somewhat irritated. That is your job. My sister, who is a careful reader, noted that Kylie had dropped the wine bottle on the cliffside. Maybe Clements can find that, she commented excitedly, when you write your sequel. Hers was the first of about 1,000 requests I received to write a sequel. Of course, I didn't know that then. I was extremely lucky that people responded so deeply to Woman Last Seen. It's the biggest compliment a writer can receive. Readers feeling the need to engage, message, discuss in book groups and write reviews because they can't quite let go of the characters. It's often noted that I write challenging characters in as much as they may not all be likable, but I promise they will be fascinating. I insist on my characters being realistic and therefore, sorry to say it, flawed. Most of us are flawed, although to a lesser extent than my characters, I hope. We are complex, irrational, and sometimes unreasonable. Good people do bad things and bad people do good things. I hadn't quite anticipated how much sympathy Kylie would galvanize, but I was so delighted to find she did. I started to receive emails and messages on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Some people begged me to tell them that Kylie wasn't dead. Others wanted to be reassured that at least Fiona would be punished for her crime. Still others were concerned for Ollie and Seb, and most women expressed a preference for one husband or the other. My mother commented that it was a shame that the much-enjoyed man had been framed for something he hadn't done. I'd have picked him, she confided to me with a little giggle. There was a lot of feedback, which I delighted in. I so enjoy engaging with my readers. Everyone seemed to have a different viewpoint, but all the messages were saying the same thing. This story isn't over. We want a sequel. I love my readers. Where would I be without them? So the more I thought about it, the more I realized you, were absolutely right. I did have more to say, and it is my job to offer answers. I understood why people were uncomfortable that I had created an ambiguous world where vengeful people got the upper hand, perhaps got away with murder. I decided I wanted to create a world where everyone gets what they deserve. It may not always be the reality we live in, but it's a positive narrative that I want to promote. Kylie did a terrible and deceitful thing, but I don't believe she should die for it. I decided I had to write Two Dead Wives after all. This was not as easy as it sounds. Whilst writing it, I often yelled from my office, "What fresh hell is this?" as I tackled the complex challenges of developing a second plot when so many things were dictated by what I had already written in Women Last Seen. My task was to write a book that was a satisfying sequel. My task was to write a book that was a satisfying sequel, but also a compelling standalone. It was quite the intellectual and creative challenge. However, it turned out that writing Two Dead Wives was possibly the most deeply rewarding experience I've had in my career. I felt so attached to the characters, and I wallowed in the extra space and time that I had unexpectedly given them. So thank you, dear readers and listeners, for encouraging me to write the sequel. Thank you for all the messages you send. It's a pleasure entertaining you. Love, Adele.
This is Kristin Atherton. We hope you have enjoyed this unabridged production of Two Dead Wives by Adele Parks, presented by Mira and Harper Audio. This program was produced and edited by Richard Hughes at Anyway Audio. Executive producer, Carly Katz. Text copyright 2023 by Adele Parks. Production copyright 2023 by HarperCollins Publishers Limited. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.